We here? I'm waiting for everything. Again. Connected, it says. And why isn't it loading the chat? Why no chat? This restream is really buggy. It's the best of the multi-stream tools, but it is really buggy. Speaking from personal experience right now, trying to use it. This is not user error. This is me trying to load the thing and just sitting here watching it report wrong stuff. All right, there we go. I had to delete the dock and refresh it and bring it back. So if they're going to make a dock, they should make it so it refreshes properly. Maybe that's an OBS issue. I don't know. Here we are. We're going to do some more Bonzai today. We're going to knock this out. We're going to finish. We're probably going to finish this release and have to decide whether we're going to port the help and include it or not in this release, but we'll figure it out. Before we get going, though, I do have there's a comment here that says, can we somehow ban telemetry, and if not, in a way that Dart turns off? And I'm like, we need to add ban telemetry by default. Hi NX. And if that, I want to add that actually. Let's actually put that as a PR edition. So let's say GH. I'm going to actually put help in here as a PR edition. And the help one's going to take a while though. Maybe we should merge this and then I do that next. What do you guys think? So ban telemetry. We don't want telemetry. The fact of the matter is actually disable telemetry by default. I think it has to be in the Go program itself. What Linux distro do I recommend to devs and engineers? I made lots of videos about that. My main recommendation is Linux Mint. If you're running on your own disk, you're installing your own Linux. Otherwise, I would use any one you want, and I would put Podman on your machine and practice using the terminal. But honestly, it really depends on your goals. If you have a lot of time and you're just doing it to understand Linux, then Arch makes sense. Otherwise, it makes no good sense. Mint Debian is the most stable, hands down. The most stable. It's modern enough, but not being too modern. We're talking. You're asking me what distro. I use Ubuntu from the terminal. I don't use Linux desktop at all. I used Pop! OS and it did me wrong. It went black screen my computer. I used Mango and it black screen my computer. Actually, it's black screen the computer of my entire computer lab while I had a school. Bricked it. I had to like reinstall, and I lost everything. All the students suffered. The only desktop Linux distro that has never done me wrong is Mint. It's the only one. Every other one has done me wrong in some way. The only reason you don't need bleeding edge patches though. That's why you always have to ask, well, why are you asking? What are you trying to gain from this? People tend to not share that information. All right, so what I want to know is how to disable telemetry. How do I disable telemetry in my Golang code? So I'm sure this has been asked a million times, so ChatGPT knows about it. Many libraries provide for configuration options such as environment variables. Let's see here. Disable telemetry can go. The approach we use depends on a specific framework. A general approach, configuration, flexible paths. This is a bad answer. This is a bad answer. No, I am talking about the telemetry built into any Go application, not a specific framework, module, or package. Yeah, I hate WSL Ubuntu, but I understand why you like it. I used to love it. When I'm on Windows, I use Git Bash or a container or a virtual machine. So you get real Linux. WSL is not real Linux. You disable telemetry and a Go application. They just answered me the same thing. Wait, what? All right. We're going to ask the same question to the internet. Go telemetry. Go telemetry. Go telemetry is the way for the Go toolchain. Programs that collect data about their performance and usage, including the Go command and supplemental tools such as Go tools, Go security. Go telemetry is only intended for use by programs maintained by the Go dev team and therefore selected dependencies like delve. By default, telemetry data is kept only on local computer, but users may opt into uploading and approving subset of telemetry data to telemetry.go.dev. Uploading data helps the Go team improve a Go language. Go on to opt in to Go. How do we see what it is? Oh, there it is. Go telemetry on. I didn't know about this command. I did not know. Go telemetry local. To revert to the default mode of local only telemetry run blah. Project Go 1.23, this was done with the command go telemetry to completely disable telemetry, including local collection run blah. If you go you can opt into uploading telemetry data on the Go team. Go telemetry uses 3 core data types: counters, reports. All local Go telemetry data is located blah. The behavior of the Go telemetry is controlled by a single value of the telemetry mode. Also, values are blah. The following commands interact with other telemetry. Telemetry mode. Telemetry on, off, local. Go and view telemetry, telemetry directory, go telemetry. Counters. A basic counter is an incremental value with a name that describes the events that are counted. For example, a neobim eglot VS Code. Counters are doing things. Stack counters. A stack counter is a counter that also records current call stack. Interesting. 25th, how are you? You're going to make your own computer. Awesome. Stack counters typically measure events when programming environments are violated. Most is reporting and uploading. Approximately once a week, counter data gets aggregated into a report named data.json and the Go telemetry local directory. These reports sum up all the blah blah blah. Illusion, how are you? Local reports can be viewed as charts. Don't know if that's true. Doesn't make you kind of wonder, right? Like, What are they doing with it? I don't think they're doing anything with it. I think it would have been called out if it was actually doing it by default. Counter go PLS. If I was a educator, I might put it on the machines to keep the system going and stuff. Change to the upload configuration set of telemetry dev while we'll use the proposed process is blah. Interchange carry sensitive data user information. The full set of such proposals is available with the proposal project on GitHub. IDP project for telemetry answers. Furthermore, all right, so they did make a library so that you can add telemetry to your app. And honestly, I'm going to add this to my Boost. And if people say they don't want it, I'll say don't use it then. And I'll put on the first line, this application has telemetry about its usage. And I actually think telemetry data is an amazing tool to help developers. And I plan on using it. So somebody wants to read the source code or they don't want to do it or anything like that, that's fine. It's literally the only way for me to know who's using my application. And if people think that's a privacy violation, I don't agree at all. I don't agree with that. So you don't have to use it. The hardest part about getting people to actually, if people want to compile their own copy of my thing and use it without telemetry installed, they can do that. They can distribute a version of it, or they can actually, I could even, I could give a generator switch. I can make a generator switch that if it's on, then it wouldn't even compile the binary with telemetry. But yeah, dressed as a rush job for Halloween. I am. What are you dressed as? It's Halloween, right? I was going to go for a thing, but nope. Work got me. Anyway, user config telemetry. I think putting telemetry into the Skillbot framework is really important because that's going to allow it to report up to some of the other things. And particularly for educators. If you're making educational software, you know what I mean? What are you wearing, Mark? Mark, tell me what you're wearing. Yeah. What kind of underwear are you wearing? All right, so we changed this. Chite is probably gone, but I'm about to break backward compatibility in Bonzai right now. I'm just trying to cringe you out of here. All right, I'm about to go break backward compat. Go test. What? Oh, wait, where am I? Yeah, it doesn't even compile right now. So we got to fix all that. We're gonna literally fix everything at top level. Params, cache params. That one wasn't too hard. Up slice. Cache params. Ops. Aliases should probably change, but no. We'll do that one next. Params is undefined. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Change 8 x dot ops. I could do a massive change, but this is safer. For sure, then fine. I would, you know what I would do? I would default to having it on. I would tell them it's on. I would tell them why it's on. And then I would say, now it's time for you to turn it off. Ironically, that would actually make it even more better for making a rootkit. Because if you could configure a command to actually capture telemetry in a few keystrokes, God, can you imagine? The malware authors are going to go nuts with that. They're going to go nuts with that. If they can, like, all they have to do is add some fields and automatically ship them off to some other server, and they don't have to write all the code to do that. We can use the Go telemetry. We can use the Go telemetry as a way to have malware to actually write for malware authors. In addition, for education, it's like crazy. Playlist or project record from the start. Nope. Never will. There's on YouTube. All my live streams are on YouTube, but you'd have to sift through hours and hours of data. I don't have time to edit. At the very most, I'll make a little video about something that's interesting, and then I'll do a thing. I don't have the time. I can either write code and help individuals like learn their own path, or I can try to build an entire course. And the time it takes to do both. I also work 6 to 8 hours a day. So I'm sorry. There's no way to get. There will eventually be a book and a summary of the whole thing, so you can like read it if you want to wait for that. Otherwise, you can kind of just hang around. I know that people don't like that, but that's just how it is. I know it's crazy, right? Cache ops. The fabled upcoming book. I'm going to make a book. Actually, I'm not going to make a book. I'm going to make a binary that has a book in it. And you can download it, and it will be a portable website that you can take with you wherever you want. The command for that is going to be called Bonzai. And I'm going to set up the doc thing so you can embed all the documentation about how to make one. And I'll use a CMS, or I'll buy my own CMS, and then you'll be able to run it, and it'll pop up your local web browser and use it. And you can like browse it. That'll be the book. There's no reason for me to make it into an ebook or that way it'll be a PWA that can actually be online as well. And probably will have a web-enabled PWA version in addition to the binary you can download and put on your phone. I actually really, really want to make an app that does that. It would be so cool to be able to make an app that you can do that with on your phone. It's more commonly called documentation. Yeah, but that's a book. My documentation is going to be sort of a book format. Like, here's what you would do. Here's an example. So, yeah. All right. Param. Min param, max param. Those don't make any sense. Getting rid of that. In fact, we're going to rethink this whole thing. Actually want to make a... So, min args, number of args. We should just make the number of args 0. I'm really, really chopping shit. I keep wondering if I'm going to regret pulling out the function map, but I think I'm not. It's too much. The upside is this package is going to be really small. So This is not right anymore. Why isn't this up here? This should be up here. I don't know what to put here. No particular order. Let's see. Save as completion for commands. Disable completion for there, so you can pass it to run. Yeah. That's for multi-call. This needs to come up here. I think we need to put call on the top one, actually. Delegation to subcommands. Let's see. That is the reasons that's there so you can have a binary that does delegation right away, even though it doesn't have the person type it all in. That's what that's there for. But we do have to test that. Delegation to subcommands. And no particular order. Do 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 do. We could make some validation stuff. I think we should probably put this down here. So number. Just kind of go without saying. I'm going to get rid of that. There's another one I want to do here, though. I'm like doing everything all at once. I want to make one called match. And make it a regex. We can actually compile it. So people can just write it. They don't have to like see if it's, do the whole compilation thing. Unless we want to make a library of precompiled regexes. I think it should be a string. Again, this is taking the place of scripts, so this is usually going to be combined with args, with usage. Where's usage? There it is. So okay. The thing of it is these other ones, I think we should trigger a requirement for usage if you use match args. These other ones we don't. We can actually imply the usage by looking at the function. It's really cool. You can build it automatically. I do that in the help command. So this used to be validate, and we should probably not put that there. We should probably here. All right. Let's see. Consider init You know, I heard somebody bragging about Torvalds taking 5 days to make Git the other day. I was like, I don't care. He certainly didn't document it. He didn't think it through it. There's a bunch of big holes in it. But still, 5 days is awesome, right? It takes me forever to finish something because I overthink it. And that's a bad thing, but also a really good thing because I think we end up with a more solid design at the end of it. Anyway, um, lots of things to fix here, but that's fine. We want to break this stuff on purpose because, yeah. I think we should put the default up here first. Because you either have to have a call or a default. Right? Anyway. All right, let's get it back to compiling, shall we? Params is dead. I'll change this one to def. Anyway, I actually want to use it. That's why I'm like really jamming on it. I decided we're probably going to port the existing help. I was going to wait and finish my parser, but I think that's going to be too long, and I actually want help. So don't need this. Don't need that. Wait. Did you see that? We used too many hours someplace else, so. I should probably commit the default change first. Yeah. I don't know about that. Yeah, Phil needs to come out. I don't know where it's going to go. Yeah. Um, if we're going to allow templated strings, then we have to support the built-in subdomain language, which means we have to have the func map. We have to. So like if you're gonna take a command and you're gonna make its usage, and you're gonna have the usage use a templated variable, then that means that the CMD struct itself has a fundamental dependency on the domain-specific template language. Therefore, I should not take it out. The only way around that would be you'd have to have a third-party library do all the templating, and that's not the business of a third-party library. So that also means that the func map that's defined is not a subpackage. It's not a subpackage domain language. It's a top level, which it could actually be calling, like our func map is actually calling into stuff that supports it in the runtime, but the domain-specific language itself is defined under Bonzai. And so I rethinking that completely. We need to add func map back. So yeah, that would go equally well for docsfs. So I don't know what the documentation was for func map before. I think I already committed, so I lost it, but nope, there it is. I'm gonna put it after docs because it's mostly related to docs. Mostly related to docs. There we go. Much to be used for command fill. Uh-huh. God, I really love Go templating. It's so good. I mean, I have not really been a fan of a templating language as much as I am Go template language. It is so freaking good. Go template commands may be added to the internal func map collection of template commands. Wait. When used by the command, so template commands to be added to internal fallback collection, or template commands used by the blah blah command for this. Okay. These apply only to this. These apply to this command only and will not be available to sub commands. This is like really important. To share between commands or including subcommands assign the same func map to all of them. So dump it to the actual FS. Yeah, that traversal that you're doing is going to be written into a command. So there's going to be and to complete embed FS. No, it's not. It's not. We already checked that. We checked that. We embedded. Well, we'll find out. I don't think it is because we did a test with a 1 gigabyte. We did a 1 gigabyte test of an embedded string variable, and we ran the program, and it took up like 1.5 or so megabytes of memory. It never loaded that stuff. So it doesn't go into memory. If it did, that would kill it as a method of transporting, other code, or whatever, like images and things. No, it didn't. That's what was so weird. The best we can figure out, we were going to do a deep dive on it. The best we can figure out is that the Go engine that's embedded into the program, into the compiled program, is smart enough to know the file handle of the executed program so that it can look it up on demand. I'm making Bonzai. It's a Golang command line tool. So that's what. Template commands functions to be added, override the internal function command to template commands used by command fill. By the command will only be available with subcommands. You know what though, Chai? There's a chance that that's because we used a string and not a file system. There is a chance that the file system is going to load entirely into memory. Like if we try to access a single resource, this is super important that we figure this out. If we embed a full file system and we access one document in the file system and it triggers the memory upload of the entire file system, as opposed to one or more specific strings, because you can embed strings versus file system, right? We want to know that like immediately, because that would make the use of embedded file system is nice and clean and happy. But if we do that, that would be a problem, right? So yeah, it's going to take a while. I know. I mean, that's a big thing to test, but we definitely need that. Hey, our test passed again. That's weird. I feel like that was like way too easy. Yes. Aliases. Cache ops, cache alias. All right, so yeah. All right, so that's it. That's gonna break a bunch of stuff, but not this apparently, because it's not used. So yeah. All right, let's see if we can get it to compile again. And this compile will probably not work, obviously, because we changed everything. Oopsie. Wait, is that right? That can't be right. Oh. There we go. Did we already have one of those open? No, okay. So, what are we doing here? Manage Bonzai composite command trees. Grant params. Comp is, right, we have to rename the completions now. Mm-hmm. We'll just do one thing at a time, I guess. A weekday is going away, man. We already got rid of it, thank God. Core comp params. Like, actually, let's just go down there. Let's just go down there. Well, params that go. Actually, how's that go? Go test is going to blow up. Yep. All right, so this completes the params. It's pretty tame. Complete ops. Ops slice. Combine is doing params. Commands and ops. That's so much better. Ugh, I love it so much better. Undefined command params. Combine tests. I'm just getting rid of them at once. Helps us keep track of everything. I could do a test if we wanted to, but like a recurring. I could do a find and replace, but I don't want to. I want to be careful because this includes documentation and stuff. It doesn't show up necessarily. Sometimes a Perl Pi will do the thing here, and Go symbol rename does not work, and VS Code wouldn't do any better. So some of the time you have to actually go find them all. The more time you spend setting up the magic, you'd be done with it if you just changed it. All right, there we go. There's a healthy panic. Who's throwing that? Who's throwing the panic? Ops test is trying to find stuff that do not exist. Ops equals box. Ops complete. This is giving us a no. This is bad. That's bad actually. Yep. It's trying to do. Where's it getting the null? It's getting it from any side of range. $32 in commands. Oh, right. I think it's one of those ones where we don't have a command. Oh, It's not catching the nil for default. You know why? Because we built it dynamically. That's interesting. I'm glad we had that bug. So yeah, if you build something dynamically, there's nothing that's going to do the argument stuff for you. This has no params. So we made a new Bonzai command. We added two subcommands. What are these? Oh, those are aliases. Add creates a new command and sets the name and aliases as to the command. Oh, okay, never mind. All right, so we added some stuff, but we didn't do anything to them. So that's why their completion failed. This is interesting. This should not have been an error. This is a problem because this was a problem before anything that we just did today, because it was that since we moved to explicit completion, this is actually adding implicit completion, and it's not setting the completion for it. So we actually have to tell it that we want to do it. Wow, I'm glad we find this. I'm super glad we found this. So we want to say comp equals, I don't know. Opt. We need to add the opt completion. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. This command is absolutely perfect. We want to add ops as our completion method. Yep. And now that should pass, actually. Wrong O. Index out of range. Where is it throwing that? I think it's because it's accessing. All right, combine is doing it. So commands.go line 32. Combine.complete. Why is combine getting called? Oh, that's a different error. Oh, okay, it's the same problem. God, I'm so glad we're hitting this. It's the same problem. Yep. God, I thought we didn't fix it. Complete equals. You know why this is great? Because we're actually adding the completion and okay, this is interesting because down here, we're just calling complete directly, but we can't even make a thing until we assign the completion. So this is an even better example, which is really awesome. Command ops. All right. So I hate it how it brings that thing up like that. Nice. This is a different one. This is probably this ops complete. Which one is this one? Command ops complete. I thought we fixed that one. Combine. Commands ops, folder. Folder and commands ops. Interesting. Yep. That's the operator that we wrote. I still don't know why that's failing. I thought we fixed that one. Combine test line 21. Combine. Maybe there's another one in there that's below. Nope. This is the one that fails. I mean, Is that not set? Oh, wait a second. No, that should work. That should work. Let's try something else. Let's do... Let's do... foo.comp. Can I call non-function foo.comp rel type completer? Complete. Not enough arguments. Same error. That's good though. Where'd you get an index out of range? It's in the commands that go line 32. All right, so built has prefix. Oh, okay. I bet the list is undefined. No, it's right there. Oh, look at that. No. It instantiates the list both times. That's weird. Is it because there's no args? Oh, look at it. It is. It's trying to look for the first argument. This is actually probably a problem in both of them. We need to... yeah, there's no length checking on the arguments. So it's trying to pass the first argument, and that's blown up right there. So... I don't know. I think the reason is because it would never get to that point. But that code still needs to be there. So if there's no argument, then we should be when I should return the whole list. So yeah, that's been a bug all along. So we could say if we can say if length args is greater than 0, do this. Actually, if the length of args equals 0, return a list. Otherwise, return has prefix. That's how they should have always been. That's how it should have always been. So we might have to look at the other ones just to make sure. Yeah, that was broken all along. That should fix it. Maybe. Yep. Sure enough. All right. So there's other problems now, but that's not as big a problem. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think ops has the same problem now. Oh, no. That was command ops. Yeah. Um, this is an interesting one. And it only is because we're compounding them. If we weren't compounding them, we wouldn't have the problem. Because complete by itself for ops is like, you know, if I don't have any ops, then there's nothing to complete. I don't know if I should be returning the list at all. This is interesting. This is interesting. All right, so we got to fix the commands one too, because that's got to have the same problem. This completes. Oh wait, what? That check was already there. Yeah. What? So that check was already there and it wasn't in the ops one, or vice versa? Oh, there was already a link 0 check in ops. Interesting. Interesting. Why then are we not getting that extra space? I think. Oh wait. I think we have a problem here. OPTS. No, it's just no special meaning. It's just my way of making it private, even though I want the name to match the other one. It's not a Go thing. In Go, if the first letter is a capital, it's exported automatically. If it's lowercase or underscore, then it's not. So there's no private keyword. There's no public keyword. It's a really cute thing that Go did that saves you tons of time. But in this case, yeah, you can actually have two identifiers, one uppercase and one lowercase, in the same scope. They're totally different. I regularly do that, like when I'm defining an interface, but I want an implementation of the interface to be the same name, but you just have it the same name but lowercase. Very, very common idiom in Go. It actually makes it kind of nice. I really like it. But other people looking at the code are like, what the hell? So I actually think I just fixed a bug that was in the previous version. You see what it does now, where it combines the two? You know what we should do is you know what? The combine's got a bug. The combine has a bug. I did it fast. It has a bug. It doesn't shake down the tree. So it just adds them all together. We need to return fn unique. I think it's actually. I think there's slices unique now. I think. Contains equal grow sorted max min repeat. I could have swore there was unique. I guess there's not. Well, I'll add mine. Fn map filter pipe. Reduce your text. I think. What is my I have one. I can't remember what it is. I have a unique. I just can't. It's in my functional library. And for its full of generics, reduce. That's what it is. It's reduce.test.unique. Longest. I actually think I have a unique in here somewhere. Wait. I don't have one. Oops. Huh. I didn't add one? We should definitely add that to reduce. I could have swore I had one. Um, we could make it so that it doesn't convert it to a string. Actually, let's do that. That's even better. Unique. Removes duplicates. This should probably be longest as string. I know, it's weird, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? We have looked at that twice live, and everybody on the stream is always baffled by it every time we do it. We're like, how the hell are they doing that? And we don't know if it's the operating system or if it's something fancy in Go. I think what's happening, I think my theory, my best guess is that Go is using it as a it's using it as it's using it as a it's accessing the file. Somehow it's actually accessing the disk storage memory space directly. And so it's somehow got a hold of its own file descriptor. So when you execute it, it somehow is able to get its own, the file descriptor for its own binary. The thing that's really cool about this is that this could not, there's no hope that this could ever have been done. No, that's not true. No, it's true. This is true because it can actually open up the executable and it can access the byte by address of where that section starts. The binary isn't loaded. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what's going on, but the binary is not loading into RAM. No. The resource fork of the binary is not. And I think what's happening there is something to do with the stack and the heap. So, what? No. A compiled binary on Unix or anything does not put the entire program into memory. No, it only uses the memory. It begins. It's when you look at all the stack heap stuff, it actually accesses the first part of the file, and then it puts that into memory. That's what we have to find out. So that's like really really low level stuff though. It's absolutely magic, and I'm not convinced that it does the same thing on all operating systems. That's what has me worried. So let's say I put 10 gigabytes. I'm not, but if I put maybe 4 or 5 gigabytes worth of stuff in a massive monolith, and I distributed that, what would every single computer would it crash the machine because it didn't have enough memory, right? I think it's the command execution that figures it out, and it doesn't even load the stuff. And I think what it does, the embedded file system is in a section of the memory that is not loaded. It's just not loaded at all ever. And so that allows you to access it, and that means that the embedded FS is probably using a specific byte address within its own executable as its point of reference. That I really want to find that out. I want to do the deep dive on that. If that's true, if that's true for all operating systems, hey, happy Halloween. If that's true for all operating systems, I mean, that's, it's absolutely amazing, right? I can't believe that. You're traversing the FS and it's still not doing it. That is insane. That means that it's only loading the bytes as needed when you're accessing them, like when you do IO reader or buff IO or something. That's insane. I'm so glad that's true. But my God, that's I cannot even get my head around that kind of magic. Hey Ben, so that's insane, right? That's just crazy. This is a pain, but it's literally the only way to do it. Map any map T. No. No, it's not a type. Bool. Var scene. If map, I hate that it has to do a hash map lookup every time for this, but there's only, you have to traverse the map anyway, so we're trusting the internal hash map algorithms to be efficient. There's no way to know. We have to build a brand new array. This is the fastest way to do this. Map type key, type name missing comparable constraint. Oh, right. I think I have to put this here. Does it go here or after? I don't remember the syntax for generics. I think it's T comparable. I don't know. Unique T. I think I need to put that there, and then this can just be map T. Yes. Okay, there we go. And return list of T's. Return list of T's. No, return list. Can I use list variable type T in the int value? Oh. There we go. Good old generics. Your mind is blown. I know. The other day we were like, what the hell? That's why I wanted to. Once I saw that it was totally free of loading stuff up into memory, I'm like, I want to like put my entire Zettelkasten into a single binary. All 3,000 entries into a single binary instead of a tarball. The way that it's doing it, it's treating binaries better than tarballs for that kind of thing. So you could have executable data stores. I mean, the possibilities are like mind blowing because seriously, you could ship your entire database of all your knowledge in a single binary that can just be run from any system. And I, I'm just blown away. What I want to know is how secure is the embedded file system? That's something I really want to know, and I think it's only as secure. I think if you ran strings against the thing, you'd still be able to find stuff in there. What I'm trying to decide is like, could I'm pretty damn sure you should. I mean, you should never compile passwords. Everybody knows this, right? You know, you can use the strings command against any binary. People do it all the time because they're idiots, and they put passwords inside their binaries, and they're easy to strip out. And but I know for a fact that Go is popular with hackers because it's so hard to decompile. So that would possibly mean that would possibly mean that we could, you know, actually potentially put stuff in there. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't get it. It really does make you want to go get all of the stuff though, doesn't it? Yeah. I really want to get to the documentation. I have no idea. We it's like at a certain point it's like I don't want to ask too many. I don't want it to not be true. So I like because I like it so much, right? Um, reduce test example longest example unique. Uh, oh boy. Um, we need a helper here. We need to say 2 lines. Actually, we could do a. I could do a. I already have one of these. Yeah, God, I love my each library. It's so good for this kind of stuff. Each. Let's just do each. Check this out. This is so cool. This is so freaking cool. This is kind of functional programming, and I am a huge fan. Is it less efficient? Yeah, hell yeah. But what do I care? It's so easy. I can do this. I can do each um, reduce dot unique set. This is going to be fn dot each, I think. Wait, what is it? Where are we? Yeah, it'd be fn dot each. I think it's in there. Wait. Where is it? Each dot go. Oh yeah, each dot do. That's it. Each dot do the set and then fmt.println, it takes a function and it applies the function to everything on the list. It takes a comparable, a function that takes a comparable. As a set. Yeah. Which it doesn't. I have a series of functions too. Where did I put them? I have a collection of filters and stuff. I gotta look at them all. I need to review my whole if end library. It's so cool. I really love it because it gets rid of all the stupid iterating. They're actually adding that. They're adding iterators to. They added iterators to 1.23, I think. As prefix has base prefix. I know to remove index. Each until error, each println. There it is. Each dot println. I thought I had that. Each printf, each println, each log. And people are like, why are you using that? Because it's so much faster and easier to read. It's not faster. It's faster to write. So we can say each println. Oh my God. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? And what that'll do is that'll give me, it'll like iterate over the thing. Look at that. Got something on the longest here, want blah. All right. So obviously it did not reduce the set. So that's not working. That's what we need to test now. What we actually want is something unordered output. This is what we really want. Oh, look, I got it. I did it in the other one, the print, and I didn't even notice. All right, so I'm... Here. All right, that's the test. It should work. It's not working. So let's go fix it. Redux. This is basic. This is a kind of function that I would write, and I want to reuse it a ton. So that's why I'm putting all these things in my core library within Bonzai, because I want other people will almost always, almost guaranteed, other people are going to want the same functions. They just don't know that they want them. And as soon as they see them, if they like read through it, the reason I'm doing this before we start the boost off hot and heavy is that when people learn how to write code, they can read these core library functions, and they're really basic, and they can kind of get their head around how to write Go just by looking at the code. And not only that, but the functions that are here, and the functions, methods, structures, and data structures stuff are the kind of things that they're going to want. They're going to want to use them. So rather than like do some like contrived exercise someplace, they can actually write stuff that they want immediately. And if they don't know how to do it, they can go look it up, and then they can understand that code and write their own. So that's why I'm so hell bent on getting this stuff done before too long, is because this is holding up my ability to teach people Go coding, because this is the fundamental thing. This is the fundamental textbook. It's the fundamental collection of examples that is also, real. So, all right. So we go through the list. If I've seen V, oh, you know what? I never added V. Yeah. I never added it. This equals append. Oh god, that was stupid. All right, so scene. This is a perfect example of what I just said. how to use a generic so that you can do a map build to reduce, which is also a thing. It is much easier to read, isn't it? And when you're working with beginners a lot, so I agree. I do like it. A lot of people don't. They say it's too unsexy and ugly, and I've never liked a language more. Honestly, I haven't, because I've been able to write in it so quickly and have so much power in a compiled language. So, um, for the stuff that I want to do, which is API development and command line tools, um, the interpreted languages just cannot even touch this stuff. They can't. They really can't. Um, so I've never met a person who actually enjoys writing Go code. I mean Rust code. They always complain about it at some point if you watch them long enough. Now they won't say anything because they don't want to go against. They don't want the Rust, coven of witches to attack them. I watched Agatha last night, so my wife and I watch Agatha all the time. So PHP Java, yeah, 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 yeah. If you've done anything with any of those languages, then yeah. Bazillion ways to use it. Oh, I know. There's like only one way. Hey, Dev Dad, what's up? Here we are on a Halloween evening. My wife, I don't know when she's gonna come home, but hey, thank you for that follow, Contra Boy. I'm just looking, checking my mail and stuff. I'm talking about drinking in teenage years. Yeah, everyone thinks it's cool. Right. See, that's somebody who's actually had a programming experience. The people, I'm gonna get in trouble here, but I'm gonna make an observation. People who code in Rust, a large percentage of the ones that are the most annoying, have never coded in any other language, which is pretty weird. Or I'm sorry, I take it back. Or they've coded in JavaScript. A lot of people come from Rust or the Node. The people who come from the Node community to Rust are the most annoying. They're the most annoying. The people who come to Rust after C kernel development or C++ or PHP, JS, and JavaScript their entire life, and they have 20 years of programming, and they're like, oh my god, that includes people like the late Chris Nova. Those people, Gamozo, who's a security guy, who does, writes operating systems and he fuzzes them in Rust. Or the people who made Firecracker, or Brian Cantrill, who studies esoteric ancient retro languages in his spare time for fun. These people are less annoying, much, much, much more so than the Node turned Rust convert, because they got the Hare Krishna of Rust got a hold of them, and now they're like shaving their heads and running around hitting tambourines of Rust with Rust logos. Has to be the right Rust logo though. The color can't be off, otherwise they're going to take that tambourine away. I'm laughing at my own jokes. I'm so bad. I'm such a dad. Now we have the ziggers. I know, it's just I know, it's like, get off my lawn. It's not wrong though. It's just refreshing to have people in my chat who have been around long enough to immediately see that. They're not even anti-Rust. They just, they can see, they have experience. It's not like they're, it's like the tabs versus spaces crowd in the old times. We have return results everywhere. You gotta, meanwhile, Go has, here's the tough deal with it. Right. So, Rust definitely has a use. I'm not saying it doesn't. This is not a Rust attack. This is just an observation. Ruby after 9 years. Oh, I love Ruby. Ruby's amazing. I used to be obsessed with Ruby. Ruby is my favorite object-oriented programming language. It's also extremely magical, and for that reason will never, ever be fast. The first time I learned that, it's the same. Python has it too. Did you know that? A lot of you don't know this. Python has the same Ruby magic. If you peel back the covers, you can create dynamic attributes in Python too that you don't know are dynamic. You don't know they're dynamic. You don't know. You don't know that. That's the danger in Rust and Python. You don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know that attribute is not static. It's a dynamic attribute. The really great thing I like about Go, let me show you one. So the really great thing I like about Go is you can create, these are all static attributes, which means they're not function calls. You can make a dynamic attribute by using a noun in your verb, and I have that. You can use a noun, names, okay? This is a dynamic attribute in my opinion. This is like, but you never question what's happening. You always know that the dynamic attribute, even though you use a noun, which is an idiom, there's nothing forcing that. The idiomatic way to write Go is if you have a dynamic attribute, that means that one that's derived from something in the thing or from the system, then you name it a noun, right? And you can actually have dynamic attributes that you set with a set key. The accessors and mutators in Go are by idiomatic convention nouns and set noun. There's never get noun. If you ever read anybody's code and they're using accessors with get, you know they haven't been doing Go very long, because it's completely unconventional to do that. So this is how you do it. If they're actually refrain from using the verb get no matter what, because of the pejorative view of using get. As soon as somebody sees my code and I got a bunch of gets in there, they're gonna know that I actually the previous version of Bonzai had a ton of gets in there, and they were legit. They were legitimately a part of an interface that I was implementing that I thought I had to have for completers and stuff, and I've just since gotten rid of the interface completely. If you see get foo, you can say foo sim is written by a Java guy. Yeah. If you see foo and set foo, then you got somebody who's creating an interface. Now, but so one of the reasons I completely banished get from my interfaces, even if they made sense, because I also have functions with the same name or something, is because of that. I didn't want the appearance of that. If you see foo and see foo equals, that's a static attribute, and that's never going to be an interface. So yeah, and but yeah, cache command aliases, command alias map, cache ops. These are all nouns, and the reason they're nouns is because they're basically could be considered attributes, but they're derived from the other attributes. But the point of Ruby and Python, that's Ruby in particular, Ruby will take, you can inject a function to be the accessor that bypasses the internal handing off of a variable on anything, without any sign of that happening, which is kind of terrifying, actually, because you could be calling Ruby code and you could be accessing properties in a object-orientedness, and you could be accessing properties, and then somebody comes along and monkey patches what that property is and how it's being derived, and they can even add validators or whatever, and they can slow down all your code, and they can do something completely differently, and you would have no way of knowing. You have no way of knowing that property on that Ruby Java instance. I love Ruby. I done it for years. But that magic is evil. It's really evil. It's cool, but in my opinion, it's really evil, because you just don't know what you're dealing with. Python has the same thing. It's just under the hood. It's like underscore or whatever, and you can actually inject accessor validators or things that do stuff when somebody changes the value that is otherwise through the equals operator. Bottom line, the operators in Ruby and Python are just suggestions. They're like, you can totally. Have you ever seen anybody take over an operator? I've seen people. There's Python code where they've taken over the slash. I've seen people take over the slash and make it so it doesn't do division anymore in the entire program. Or the entire class or whatever, anything that uses that class, the slash doesn't do division anymore. There's a Python one There's what's the name of it? I can't remember. There's a Python. There's a language that there's a library that does it. It's a file system language, and so in fact, I think there's stuff in the core library for Python that does this. Like when you're like putting slashes in a thing, you can actually use the slash as a way to join a bunch of file stuff. Operator a valid use case. No, operator overriding is a valid use case. I don't know. I hated. So he's Laravel PHP great framework. Yeah, tons of PHP magic. Yeah, and I guess that's one of the reasons I like Go so much. There is magic under the hood. For example, when you range over a string, it assumes that you wanted to range over Unicode code points. If you range over a byte slice, it'll assume you want to range over bytes, and it totally behaves differently depending on what the type is. That's a little magical, but it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant because that's one of the biggest problems, that you would ever have to deal with. Cache ops. Okay, so cache ops updates the ops cache by splitting ops. Remember, I call this whenever. All right, what were we doing? We were testing unique, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Scene v equals true. I don't know if setting it to a Boolean is actually faster than incrementing it, like with plus plus. You've just been hyping it up again recently. The thing with DHH is, I watched part of that video, and I am happy to see he's really matured a lot. He's got kids, he's mellowed out, he's kind of a good, but he's also surprisingly kind of behind the times. And I'm sorry to say that I don't mean it to be critical. He's gonna hear about it because I used his name. Uncle Bob made a response about me as well because I was just randomly talking in a live stream like this, and he made like a 20 paragraph Twitter feed in response to what I said about why I don't like him. So I have to be careful. I don't want to wake the bear of DHH, but the fact that maybe I need to watch more of the video. I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. And I don't remember him speaking directly about Rust and Go and Crystal and Julia and the modern advent of statically compiled languages, which I would say are modern. And if you're not using a statically compiled language that can be cross-compiled for any target operating system in 2024, why aren't you? And if the answer is because I'm doing web development, then okay. If the answer is because you're on the command line and you just really, really like Ruby, that's wrong to me. And it's to me, it's wrong. It just means I disagree. It just means I disagree. If you have not seen the advantage of modern, I mean, Chite right now is actually showing you how you can bundle a 2 to 10 gigabyte resource fork inside of a Go binary without bloating any memory, because it never gets loaded into memory because of the way compiled binaries work. At work right now, there's a bunch of Perl code that we can't use setuid, so everything has to run as root. And as soon as we convert it to Go, we'll be able to compile and be able to set setuid. Most of you don't know this, but you cannot set setuid on anything that's not compiled because of security reasons. Golang is the best systems tooling language, period. It is the fastest to write. It compiles faster than everything else. It compiles down smaller than anything else. It does have garbage collection, but its speed is so much faster than anything else. It's close to Rust performance. I'm using NeoVim at the time. Yeah. Code you write becomes kind of a DSL. Yes. Yeah, that's Ruby. That's just Ruby for you. Ruby is fantastic for making DSLs, hence Rails. Yeah. I'm a pretty passionate religious guy too, but I don't know. I'd really like to see a video from DHH say he's wrong about anything. Those are the kind of people that I want to model, and God knows I need to get better at it. Whoa, there we go. Hey, look, we passed. Let's see. Add unique. Add reduce dot unique. Git push. Discussion JS friends. Oh god. I I created a daemon in PHP. I'm not talking about a web app. In 2006. All right. No, probably 2003. In 2003, our whole team converted over to PHP. We're using PHP everything. Everybody was PHP crazy, and all of our enterprise front end was done in PHP. So I said, fine. So we did all the PHP. Hey, how's it going, Nightcode? And I so I said, fine. If our code base is going to be PHP, I'll try to make a daemon, a standalone server daemon in PHP, because everybody else is writing in it. Our libraries are the same. And if you can get away with writing in the same language, it's better for your team to do that than to, have a ton of different languages. It took me like a couple weeks, and I have never seen a more buggy, memory filth. I wish I could show you the chart. And I went on the chat boards at IRC and stuff. I said, "What the hell? Why is PHP doing this?" And they said, "Wait, what? You're writing a server daemon in PHP?" I said, "Yeah, it's got like several. It's got I lost track of how many memory leaks it had in it, and I was so pissed off because I couldn't use it. I put this entire thing. I put it in this thing was going to run as an agent on different systems, and it had to run and it had to like take care of itself. This was before Kubernetes or any of that, self-healing kind of thing. We had to write our own cron job to kill the thing and restart it like every 5 minutes. And I was so pissed off. I went to the PHP people and they just said, "Why would you ever do that? That's totally stupid. PHP is designed to run within, the time it takes to request a web page. That's what it was made for. You're using the wrong tool. You're dumb. Don't do that." And I was like, "All right. So what you're telling me is PHP is not ready for enterprise usage and that you have no intention of fixing any of its holes and glaring memory." And this was way before the drama with the leadership in PHP, which was some of the most insane drama you will ever research. Go research drama in the PHP history. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And I was like, I never want anything to do with that language ever again. So I wrote the whole thing in Perl, and then we compiled it with active state Perl, or actually no, Indigo Perl. And we were done. Because you know what? Perl has never done me wrong, not once. People shit on Perl all the time. I'm like, you have no idea how much weight Perl put on its shoulders being a replacement, a better said, an awk. That's all it ever was intended to be. Postari PHP pro современной версии. 2003. But it was 2003. 2003 was when that happened. I think PHP's gotten way better now. I have no doubt. I think probably Java has gotten way better now too. I have no doubt. The problem is you get burned once that badly. I mean, I had 2 or 3 weeks of work. I had to throw it away. And rewrite it in another language. If it only takes once. The only other worst thing that I've ever been burned by in a language was the shopping cart application in Java that I wrote, which turned out to be a fundamental bug in the JVM that was flipping bits and discarding memory. And it was so esoteric and weird that I had to create an extensive test case. This was 1998. And I had to create an extensive test case for it. And then they had to fly up from Sun Microsystems. And from Sun Microsystems, they flew up a Java guy with his tie and everything. And I was holding up everybody. Everybody was behind on their deadlines because I couldn't finish this code because I said, "No, it's not me, it's Java." And I'm like, "You're saying that you found something in Java that stops you from..." I said, "That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is a major bug, a memory-related bug, and it's absolutely super critical that this gets fixed. We do not want to build a shopping cart with questionable memory management in the Java thing." And they're like, "Are you really sure?" And I said, "Yes." And I was constantly defending myself. It made me crazy. I printed out a huge thing and put it on my cubicle so people could come to the cubicle and look at it, because it took so much for them to get into it to even understand what was going on. They're like, no, Rob's crazy. And so my manager said, okay, if you're sure, we'll get the Sun guy up here. And so they paid to have him come in and give his consulting. You know what he said? Huh. I swear to God. He sat down in front of the problem. He sat down in front of the problem and he looked at the code and he kind of rotated his head and he said, huh. That was his answer. I wanted to fucking punch him. I was so angry. I was like, do you have any? He's like, yeah, I guess that's a bug. I'll have to take that back to the team. And then he flew back on a whatever a fucking per diem he was getting. He flew back to Silicon Valley and like ran off and do his thing. Meanwhile, I got to say, all hail the triumphant Rob. I was like so happy. I went to my manager and said, see, told you. I've been wrong tons of times. This is not about me being right all the time, but there's been a couple times. The reason I'm telling you this story is because when a language burns you that badly, you don't go back. You don't go back. When a Unix distribution or a Linux distribution burns you that badly, eventually, WSL, don't want anything to do with it. Burned me so fucking bad, I will never go back. I don't care if they fix it. I don't care if they improve it. So the takeaway from this is, first impressions matter, people. They really matter. And I should probably get over it and be able to go back and look at it again, 10, 5 years, 16 years later, some of them. But it's really important that you get your stuff right on your first release. This is a common theme out there, actually, about making sure your first release is solid. The whole idea of agile and being able to put shit out there and then like iterate on it, I don't like it at all. I don't. And they think, well, yeah, but you're shipping code. And then I just saw a thing on YouTube the other day that was like, one of the biggest myths in software development is that you have to have good code. And they're like, no, you have to have code that works for the business. And that's absolutely true. But monolith issues, there's this different issues under the hood. Yeah. The complaining about the monolith, the problem with something entirely. Are you talking about like the architectural approach, like versus microservices? Yeah. When you touch, I hope it has gotten better. Yeah, it's just distributed monolith. I agree. I know. And you don't even need to do that. I'm totally down with that. I agree with that too. I'm not a microservices fan at all. And that's not just because I'm old. It's funny. There's so much YouTube shit right now saying microservices are an anti-pattern. Microservices are this. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, complexity is the devil. Really? Have you looked at Kubernetes lately? Why are you putting that in your systems? It's like, okay, so I mean, they do. They have a very microservices. Like I agree completely. People try to turn everything. Yeah. I mean, that's been a problem forever though. People, they get a hold of one good thing and then they say, oh, everything should be in that model. And they don't consider the model. They just jump on the bandwagon. Do you remember when everything was CoffeeScript? This is a fun one historically. There's a few people here who might have lived through this. I love this example because it is so quintessentially illustrative of the issue in the enterprise, the issue in the problem. CoffeeScript. There was a year, and I'm telling you, it was 1 year. There was 1 year where you couldn't read anything on the internet about technology that did not have the word CoffeeScript in it. And everybody was losing their shit, and they were like going crazy, Pug, yeah, and they were going crazy, and it was all about white space. It was like Python got popular, and like everything has to have significant white space. Everything, yeah, 2013, 2012. And everybody was pouring it. I did, and I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed writing in it, and I was writing in it. Everybody was writing in it, and it was like, and then Microsoft came out with TypeScript right around the same time, and people were like, TypeScript, that's ugly. Why not CoffeeScript? So everybody was putting everything by CoffeeScript, and then one influential person put a Medium post, jQuery Times. This is after that, but yeah. So one influential person said wrote a God. I would love to find it now. They wrote a tweet. They wrote a tweet. It was a tweet. It wasn't a blog post. It was a tweet. It was like, maybe we should just use vanilla JavaScript. And this was right after ES3 came out, and a lot of like the function operator. What is it? Was it the pipe operator became a thing, which is so cool, by the way. I love JavaScript. I really do, especially modern Fat Arrow. Yeah, Fat Arrow became a thing, and you could argue pretty solidly that CoffeeScript pushed vanilla JavaScript to adopt Fat Arrows and a bunch of other stuff, and this one little tweet went out, and all of a sudden, CoffeeScript was the devil. It was the devil overnight. It was the devil. People were like making fun of people typing, using CoffeeScript and saying, "Why are you using CoffeeScript? Obviously, you could just use." But I mean, literally, like a month ago, everybody was like porting all their systems, and it was insane. It was insane. It was so crazy. And now you mention it, and nobody even remembers CoffeeScript existed. It was like, I mean, imagine if all of a sudden nobody even talked about Rust because it didn't exist anymore, essentially. I mean, it just got obliterated from the landscape. Nobody even knows about it now. It's crazy. It's like the tank man in China when you Google from Chinese subnets. Maybe we should. And now people are saying, now that's what they're saying now, right? So now it's like, yeah, boy. MulTools and Prototype, yeah. Right now, so Firefox just said, we're not doing TypeScript. It's just vanilla JavaScript here. Backbone, oh my God. and hence the term framework fatigue, invented by the web people, of which I was one. And yeah, the web people, they've invented the term framework fatigue because by the time you deploy your app or you're working on your app, there will have been 5 frameworks come out since you started that you will have ported to because there's a new one. And there's kind of a parallel to that in the Go world with regard to command line tooling. It's funny because Prime just made last month a video that says, it seems like a lot of people are getting obsessed with command line tools lately. And I'm like, not lately. They've been doing this for 2 years now. So anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Here's some fishies. I'll give you some fishies. I can't put music on though. I can put fishies on. He is funny. I like him. I like Prime a lot. I've been watching his stuff. I watched this thing. Did you watch this thing about the Linux Russia thing? I really like that. I really like it. He summarized the Linux thing really well. He's a perfect person to Prime's personality is absolutely the perfect comedic personality to digest something that's happening, say on the Linux mailing list, and just totally have fun with it and still remain like accurate in his description of what's going on. He's fantastic at that. That I would say that's probably his superpower. His superpower, I mean, well, when I first met him, he kind of rubbed me the wrong way and we had some drama, but since then I've come to recognize his comedic personality is the best possible way. He's like the court jester of like tech. So like he can take this like hyper serious, like people screaming at each other kind of thing, and he can just do the narrative of it in a very, very entertaining way. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Are expensive. Yeah. If you have money for that. Follow the band like if I agree not before. If I don't, I'll shit on you. Well, I mean, he is kind of like that. He is like that. He's like that more than I would have agreed with initially. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, yeah, he and I poked what was at the time sort of, I mean, I don't need to get into the drama, but the biggest thing to understand about Prime and me is how different our backgrounds are culturally in tech. I think that's really important. And that's not that one's better than the other one. the same community that he's like shaking his head trying to understand how come it's so toxic. He's reading. I absolutely love that he's trying to digest the Linux news groups right now. He's trying to digest just how rank these people are, and how horrible they talk to each other. And so, you know, he really pounded me hard. I mean, he really hit me over the head with being, just a tiny fraction of that. And that's where I came from. I came from there where it was kind of fun, but at the same time it was not. Um, and so, poking fun at somebody else, and calling to the level of even calling him a moron. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go get something to eat or drink, and I'll be right back. I wish I had Halloween candy. See ya, liver. The liverer. All right, we're gonna do some stuff. Thanks, everybody. Helix, yeah. So, I mean, what were we doing? We were. What were we doing? We were doing something. We were like breaking everything, but we're also fixing things. We were doing the iterator, right? Oh, I know what it was. We were doing the completer. Yeah, we were doing the ops test. All right, so I don't know why it does that. So let's run the test. Go test. Combine not enough return values. All right, so let's combine. This is why I wrote that. So we're gonna do combine reduce redux reduce dot unique and call it on the list. And that'll reduce a list that's been reduced to just its unique elements. Pretty damn cool. The kind of thing that you need. You just want to write it really fast. You don't want to have to write a for loop. If you're going to start replacing your shell scripts with this kind of stuff, that is the kind of thing you want. You want the unique command, and you want to use pipes. And so the entire functional library that I wrote is just the core. I put it into the core Bonzai package because I'm using it all the time because it's so much faster to code with functional piping, and that's what this is. I wish there was a way to come up with pipe syntax. It's not really. I mean, you can use the dotted notation if you follow that convention of passing a thing to a thing. You can do that, but now that we have generics, we can start to do that. But everything has to support the same generic type in order to do that, and that is not something I want to do right away. All right, so I think that probably fixed the problem. We're getting closer. So, okay, it did not. That didn't get reduced. Older giant glasses, big mug. Yes, this guy will be something absolutely gangster. Good to see you. It sounds like you're new. I don't know everything about Linux. No. No, I don't. I promise you I don't. We are coding in Linux, though. Welcome. We're actually coding on Unix right now. So, example of dev muffs complete. Got bar blah whatever. What did we want? Let me check. I gotta check out these. We have problems here. Ops tests. I'm on a Unix distribution. Mm-hmm. With its own custom UI. I'm making Bonzai. It's a command line completion library, among other things. You can go look in my GitHub if you want to read about. Yep. There you go. That was kind of an old one. I want to print complete B. Comp ops. I think we can go ahead and do that. Complete ops, comp ops. Options equals box. Why isn't that working? Let's go back into our test. You know what? Let's start a different teamwork session. Because I want to come back to this one. It's kind of getting corrupted with two different things. So let's detach. Let's go back into the comp library for a second. The comp package, start up a teamworks in here. And we'll start up CMD. Well, which one are we doing? We're going to do ops.go. And let's do a new one. This does, I could open these at the same time, but it's probably fine. Is it delightful? Okie dokie. What are we doing? We're doing, we need to get an ENTR test. So we just run the test. This is just a recurring test that runs every time something changes, any file changes. So we can change this to be test. And we have to fix what's going on. I don't know what's happening here. So we're getting bar blob box. Those two are good. Yeah. Something happened with our first one. It's the completion's not working as intended. All right, so let's go back and see. Let's actually look at the test again. So the test says if we have a foo, then and we do B and we're doing ops.complete, it should complete it from the options. And the options are bar and blah. Okay, these are not options. These are adding commands. So those are not options. So B itself should, oh, I see what's up. I know what's going on. This is actually, what is the name of this? Yeah, this is upset. This when we do the options thing, this is not an option. So yeah, this was always wrong. These are not parameters, right? So I don't know how that got in there actually. I see. We have the aliases there. So the ops complete. Yeah, these are wrong. What are the options actually? So in this case, it should have been box and then this. Okay, wait, what? Well, what's failing then? Oh, it's command ops that's failing. I'm looking at the wrong one. All right, so this one is correct. So that one's working. So let's do command ops. Commands ops. Command ops. Wait. Is commands also working? It's got to be my combine function then. Yeah. Command ops complete. Yeah, that's it. That's got to be it. I don't even know what we're fixing here. Combine. Wait. We're fixing combine. Yeah. And this one is... Wait, what? Yeah. The combine test. All right, so that's... I don't know why this is still off. Why is it? Did I do VI? All right, so we've got, this is the problem. Our unique here reduction here is not working for some reason. So the commands are working. In fact, let's actually test that. Let's temporarily turn this off so that we make sure the other tests are working. Just temporarily. It's our compound command completions that are not working at the moment. So yeah, there they go. All the rest of them are working. So that's why I did that. I want to make sure the other ones are all working. So this doesn't have anything to do with the command completers or the ops completers themselves. It's only the ones that are getting combined, and that's important. Okay, so and now we can see the test is failing again. So something's going on here. And so, yeah. I've been multiple times. I would never do that. No, my files are open. There's many ways to do it. I open a file. Sometimes I'll open the file. Sometimes I'll close the file. But yeah. I switch right now. That's what I do. Right now I'm trying something new. I use too much for everything. I don't use Vim panes or fuzzy finders. NeoVim has no business doing any of that shit. In my opinion, may get in trouble. People use tree sitter and they use fuzzy finders and they use telescope. I hate that stuff. I would rather use tmux and keep my Vim lighter, keep my NeoVim lighter, and then put that weight into tmux and shell scripts. I'm anti macro, anti because that's just the way I like things. I like being able to redo things from the command line. It's like much easier and you're not limited. I'm gonna make a whole series of videos about my approach to whole terminal stuff because it's justified, most of it. Let tree fu with numbers. That's tmux. That's something. That's something. I don't use status bars because they're too limited. You can't change the title of a status bar. I'll show you. Status line. Is it status equals on? So there's my status line, right? You see it at the top? People always ask me, where's your tmux status line? I said, I got rid of it. You know why? BeaconBot. A BeaconBot who actually kind of borrowed a lot of ideas from me when I first started streaming about terminal and thing. I was watching him the other day, and he completely doesn't even use status line anymore. And I was like, damn. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, I am never going back because I can navigate this so much faster than trying to hit the right number. Not to mention what happens when your numbers go past 14. And I like having a bunch of files open. I like being able to go back and forth and have several things happening at the same time. And then you get a preview here. So, and I don't necessarily do panes. I mean, always you can do tmux. I don't use tmux utilities usually, but large code bases have NVIM open all the time. Probably true. It takes forever for LSP to boot up. Yeah. But see, as soon as you're waiting for your LSP to boot up, now you've lost me. You've totally lost me at that point. I might as well use VS Code, particularly for web development. I honestly, the one time I got sucked into VS Code and I didn't ever want to leave it, even for my beloved VI, was when I was doing a lot of web development. Because I was constantly in Adobe. I was like making pictures and I would drag the pictures over and then I would be in Illustrator and then I would be copying assets over and I was using the mouse all the time. And then I would go in and I'd want to see the preview and I'd have browser sync running and I'd be opening a web browser and I was constantly using my mouse. As soon as you start doing web development, you have given up leaving your hands at home row. I think if you're going to make a case for a graphic editor with a really solid mouse integration, I think there's no more solid case than web development or anything with a UI. If you have to use your mouse anyway, right? Yeah. I have so much muscle memory too, right? You know what I find myself doing with VS Code all the time? Opening at VI in the terminal, that little terminal part of VS Code. I'm like in there doing my thing, I'm like using VI because I want to do something and I don't want the fucking Vim bindings. I could care less about that. So I think that if you're doing UI development, that no, it absolutely doesn't. No. I mean, if you're going to count creating back-end web APIs that use HTTP REST APIs and GraphQL and stuff like that, if you're going to call that web development, fine, but I don't. I don't consider back-end web development to be web development at all. I think it's just systems development that happens to use HTTP as a protocol. That's what I think of it. That's how I think of it. Yeah, and that's by the way, that's my job, right? My job is primarily API development, and we've created an API for high performance machine learning job submissions. And quite frankly, I don't care what the UI is. I live in the middle layers of things. And you're a backend developer too. Yeah. I absolutely abhor the term full stack. And you might be a good person if you use the term full stack, but if you use the term full stack to describe yourself to me, I'm going to judge you. I'm just going to tell you right out. I'm going to tell you straight up. If you use the term full stack or DevOps in my presence, I will judge you. I'm just being authentic, people. I'm just telling you, and I'm not the only one. I am not the only one. I am not the only one. There are many others who will do it. And so you should at least know about us. Because it's like, what the hell does that even mean? Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm trying. I try to be a better person. Okay, what I think they mean something. Do you mean this? I'll still buy you a beer and go hang out with you. Usually. Mean as in mean sec. Oh, snap. Absolutely mean. Mern. I'm not mean. I'm meven. I'm more of a Mebin guy. Is that a thing? I don't even use Express anymore. They refuse to do WebDev. That sounds like me. It's funny because I actually am going to have to do some WebDev here. I'm going to have to make a front end. I'm going to build a whole API backend first, and then I'm going to build the front end that goes on it. I think the absolute best possible web development today is websites that are entirely driven from endpoints or entirely statically generated. One of the two. See code just 10 minutes ago. Nice. That's fantastic. And then the writers on Discord are talking about dealing with crashing laps in NeoVim and Notepad. Damn. Do you have a mean stack? Didn't even think about it. Absolutely. What does it mean, driven from endpoints? I mean that the entire website is all in JSON, and everything else is just templated renditions of something else. If that's the only website I care about, basically it's just a front end to a data store of some kind. That's what I want to make. Making an assistant program is having an HTTP server. I like that. Never heard it that way. I mean, yeah, right? Because you're talking about exposing the same thing. It could be exposing it over JSON over HTTP, but why does it have to be that, right? I mean, not good enough in Linux to be back end. Not good enough in Rec to be front end. VPN have the spa on top. Yes. Single page app on top. That's what I'm saying. VF table, that's a better way of saying it. You said it much better than I did. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. I think if you were to look at, I follow the Bureau of Labor and Statistics pretty closely every year. I have since 2013 to help people know what to learn and what jobs are growing and how they're changing over time and everything. And a curious thing I noticed is that, first of all, programmers are in decline, 8% decline every year since 2013. And I have a feeling it's because of the way they worded the questions. What's a programmer versus a software engineer? But here's something interesting. And probably about 2014, 2015, 2016, something around there, web developers started to precipitously drop. In other words, they were growing. Web developers were growing at a rate of like 20 something percent per year. I mean, it was really strong growth. And then it dropped. It dropped down to 8%, is about the same as programmers. And I was like, what the hell happened? But at the same time, software engineers shot up to like 26%. It was the only thing higher than that was systems security analysts. Security analysts remain the fastest growing career they have since 2013. The fastest growing tech career, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, since 2013 is security analyst. 32% growth rate per year, the fastest of all. In fact, of all the jobs, period, that they track, the top, security software engineer and security analyst, and there's one other one I can't remember. It's not the operations role. It's the I think it's the architecture role, but they are the fastest growing and the top 10 fastest growing careers, period. Actually, one of the ones that's right up there is fastest growing career with the highest paying money is wind turbine tech. I was like, I don't want to do that. It has the least amount of education. So anyway, you can go look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and go look at that. ATX is driven, be akin to that, yeah. And the front end in JavaScript. The thing is, madness. The reason I want my site to be JSON is because I want to be able to make a command line interface to it. I absolutely hate when people marry themselves to HTML, like with HTMX and stuff like that, because you've now eliminated any ability to use your application from the command line in any other form. You can't make an app unless it's a PWA, but you absolutely can't make a terminal app unless a terminal application that uses the same API. And I absolutely hate that. Anytime somebody like forces you to have JavaScript in a thing, they've eliminated tons of possibilities for integrations. And why? And I don't understand. Yeah. Positive. I would have hired. You would have been hired. Yeah. Once upon a time. The stuff is shifting. Yeah. Accepted header text plus station with plus application JSON. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just like droning on here. It's Friday night or Thursday night. It feels like Friday. We have a day off next week for elections, but I already did mine. And then we have Veterans Day off for some reason. We have like 4 days off holidays in November. I spilled my coffee. Now I have like coffee in my beard. I stained my beard now. Look, it's brown right there. Maybe I should do it for my whole beard. I should like use coffee to stain my beard. See my hair? It's Halloween. I know. It feels like Friday, right? 4 degrees. I'm going to be homeless soon. You know, just listen to that sentence. I have 4 degrees. I'm going to be homeless. That is exactly the problem with America. Capitalism has taken over academia. They don't give a shit about you. The whole thing about having, you know, like a placement and integrations. No. We have a great football team. Now we have a great esports team. Come have fun with us and give us your money for 5 years. Go into insane debt that you can't get fixed and then leave without having any prospects for a job. What a great idea. Da. Coffee drip in the morning. It's not morning though. No, it's night. It's like 6 o'clock at night. I'm drinking coffee because I'm me. Intel Research Labs. Damn. Yeah. Come to a real country. Take a year off as a dev with 15 years experience. I meant for the beard, yeah. Absolutely. Everything I do is open source pretty much. Yeah. It's all Bonzai. Yeah, it's in the thing. RWXRob/Bonzai, Bonzai. All right, we're fixing this completer here. There's a combined completer. These completer things are ways to hard code really quickly add completion to your commands of all different kinds. You could add calculators that just you resolve by hitting tab. You can add weekdays. You can add, file system. Obviously, you can add all the commands, the parameters. You can write your own. How you doing, Khalid? Mohammed. Thank you. Yeah. But I'm just about to rip the guts out of it. That's what this is. This version 21 is really a huge breaking change. So I want to be really careful with it. I've been going through it all. Did you have moved to Hyperbad? Oh, I would. Somebody from India needs to tell me what it's like there. I've heard it's pretty cutthroat. Completers. Combine, this is a slice. We set up a type as a slice, give it a receiver, which is really, people that do object-oriented programming look at this and they're like, what the hell is this? It's kind of like object-oriented programming. We've added a method that takes as its receiver a slice. Slice is a list if you're a Python person. Make file proceed. Not going to happen for me. Yeah, you can come into our chat and ask or go to the Discord or something. I hate makefiles. I detest them. I won't use them. I used to be obsessed with them. I have both of the GNU books for makefiles, and I made everything in makefiles, and that's why I hate them. I detest makefiles. They're unnecessarily complex. Usually, 9 times out of 10, a shell script is way better than a makefile. 9 times out of 10, in my opinion. People just totally, I can't believe that's a hot take. Thank God it's not on my team. There's young people in their 20s who hate makefiles just as badly as I do. So don't add complexity that's unnecessary. And that would be make. I take a web full stack. I grip a shell and Vim. People know how the tools work every day. Absolutely. What am I developing? I'm developing. You know what? If I answered that question fully every time I got asked it, I would not be able to do anything. You hate makefiles and shell scripts. Make was secure back in 90. I know. I call them phony makefiles. These makefiles that are all phony because they're using make against the intent of the people who made make. They're basically just using it as a build they're just using it as a runner. And when one person finally confessed, yeah, I use it because I can tab and get all the stuff. I'm like, you can do that with shell. It's super easy. I can't help people in my community are like, we love you, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. But we're not going to drop everything and help you with your C makefile. But we have a great community. You can come in the Discord and ask, or you can go on my Reddit and you can ask. Actually, I have a question, everybody. I've only had a Reddit for like 5 days, it feels like. I've only had a Reddit for 5 days, but I have a question. We have a person here who just had a question. Do you think that that's a place that they should put the question? What do you think? Is that an appropriate use of Reddit? You know what I'm saying? So if you go to, hey, look, I have my cup. That's me this morning. Make a command that explains what you're doing, like Prime has. I have that already. Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. And I need to get people to use it. It's just not updated. Yeah. The part of the problem is keeping that thing up to date. Actually, I'm trying to make an app called Cozy, which everybody can use. So if you want to see what someone else is doing, you'll be able to do Cozy project and then the person. So defining dependencies, agreed. That's not how it's getting used, right? Oh my God. I love that you said that. So that's my calendar, which is not the thing. All right. I need to finish Bonzai so I can actually update my Twitch API tools, which are all out of date because people are watching the channel more now than ever. So, well, not than ever. I used to have 400 people here and then I pissed them all off. This guy's an asshole. I don't want to watch him. And now they're slowly coming back until I piss them off again, which will happen. I guarantee you. This is what I'm making. I should probably put that on a timer. Anyway, a question I have. This is a question. Very sincere question. Is this a place to put your support questions? And the thing about Discord is, and our Discord is like crickets. There's nobody doing anything in there. Our Discord it's just crickets, man. There's nobody doing anything in the Discord. The Discord has an entire section called help. And you can go in the Discord and you can ask questions in the community and get help. Hopefully you'll go in there and you'll start using it. And I need to probably pump up the Discord more because I don't log into it ever. And I should probably go in there. You know what? And given the fact that we're going to start, so, how to do C files, stuff like that. So these are the kind of things we're going to start doing on Sunday. So Sunday mornings are going to be dedicated to beginners and people have questions and beginner boost stuff. It's 100% your time. That means whoever's in my chat is the priority. You are the priority. I answer your questions. Every other time I'm going to be doing a thing and I might be able to answer you, but when you're in there, you are the priority. Okay. So I'm going to talk about this again on Sunday, but the problem with it is that like if I do what I just did now, I'm so far removed from what I was working on in my code in my head. I don't even remember what I was coding. I literally don't remember what I was just recently working on. So as the number of people increases in our chat, and which is great, I'm glad we have that happening. I need to go back to uh, I used to have a Pomo method where I would take a break and we'd drink coffee and I'd answer your questions. Um, and I try not to look at the chat, and I have other people answer the questions for me. We're starting to have that problem again. We had it. I stopped streaming there pretty seriously. I just did IRL streaming for about 3 months, and this kind of problem kind of diminished. Last time I did really a lot of tech streaming, I started to have this problem again, and it started to creep up. And what the problem is that I am addicted to helping people. So when you ask questions or you make a comment about something, I can't ignore it. And I'm not asking you to not make comments. What I'm asking is to be somewhat forgiving when I don't answer you. I've had people yell at me saying, "Why don't you answer my chat?" Because I've created this expectation in my community, unlike Primes and others, where there's just so many. I'm absolutely flabbergasted how responsive Prime is, given the number of people he has in his community. It's an absolute talent of his, and I think it's fantastic. He is so able to somehow watch that scan of chat and sort of pick out and identify people to respond to. I think that is an absolute amazing skill. But I think he would be the first to admit that he's distracted a lot from accomplishing specific goals. If he were to try to work on coding a project for a very long time, I think he would be the first to say that he struggles with being able to finish stuff because he's getting so distracted by the same thing I'm talking about. Yeah. So, J7, it's your turn. Try to say this. Yeah. Ad break. I'm sorry about the ads. I have no control of that. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and look at this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna talk about it, and then hopefully people, eventually we'll get new mods in here. It sounds like we're kind of attracting the. He has ADHD. Yeah, I do too, though. I don't think I'm diagnosed, but I definitely am easily distracted. So, but I also love the code, and I love to talk and rant and stuff. So. This computer has got a problem, and we don't know what it is. Let's go remind ourselves what the problem is. So the problem is that we're getting more stuff than we should be getting. And that is kind of the question here. Actually, let's evaluate the test code and see if the test code is correct. Here's the test code. Let's actually read the test code. How about that? There's a novel idea. Let's turn this one back on and see. Okay, so, yeah. Who pays me? Nobody pays me. That's why I have to have a full-time job. I make barely enough money on Twitch to pay for my Starlink and modem costs for riding bikes. Yeah. They do. I mean, I don't mind telling you, I make about $250 a month on Twitch. I'm super small time. Seriously, it barely pays. Reading the test, it barely pays for my. I have two modems. I have two Verizon 100 gigabit modems per month, and then I have, oh boy, balloons, and then I have a Starlink, which is $50 a month, and the Twitch money barely pays for that, so that I can go bike riding and stream it and have fun. So it's not like I'm getting rich here. If I could pull the numbers that Prime is pulling, I would consider stopping and creating a full-time school. But I don't want to be a dancing monkey for views. I want to be able to do long, boring stints of code with Chite and other people who we can actually focus on making something interesting. And that is not going to maintain the numbers necessary to live off of this. When I retire, though, which is probably, I can retire in 5 years. Did you know that? Within 5 years, I can actually retire, like full-time retire. If I can get my debt paid down, which I still have to work on because I started a company myself with my own retirement money. Don't do that. Bad idea. Yeah, but everyone, Chite and I got so into coding the other day that other people were breaking into our stream and they're like, they would ask questions in the middle, and it was pretty clear that they were interrupting because we were having an active dialogue about the code that we were writing, and it was pretty fun. That's more than I paid, so I can't complain. Reading the test. All right, so let's read the test. So up here, we're instantiating a new Bonzai command, and we're building it dynamically as opposed to, we could have done this a different way, actually. This is actually a kind of a fast way. So this is, I think the takeaway from this, and chat might be interested in this actually. If you want to build command trees at runtime, you can. And you would put it all in your init or whatever. You can build command trees at runtime. But it would be really important that you did that inside of a init, so that happened before completion or anything else happened. And that's what this is. So like adding a subcommand, that's what this is. This adds a bar subcommand and instantiates it. And you can put aliases here if you want. So it's great for testing, but I would never use that in practice. I might actually get rid of it. It's a very niche use case. I completely agree, Chait. And I kind of question whether we should have it, right? If I was going to do this without that, and do we really want to encourage people to do it in our examples? How would I do it without that, right? Let's actually look at what that would be without that. You know what? This is a good opportunity to see how to do a Bonzai command. It's a great feature, and when you require it, you do really require it, right? So I don't know. Well, I guess we can leave it in there, but and it does make the testing really fast. But the other way to do this would be to define three commands and have the one be composed into the other one. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave this here for now. I'm going to say dynamic runtime command creation, normally a niche use case. I'm going to put that in all of my. So I don't want the examples to get people doing it and think that's the way they should do it, because that's really, really wasteful if they don't need it. So here we go. If no args, we have to assume the command isn't finished yet. So we already have that test. So for completing foo, the answer should be blank. And I don't think it is. I mean, this is actually, no, you know what? We don't have this anymore. We don't have this anymore. This is now built into the program. We don't have that case anymore, actually. Oh my God, we just passed. That was it? We moved that. We moved that into the caller because every single completer has the same need to complete the command name first, and therefore simplifying completers in general. So this is going to pass. That was it. I can't believe that was it. How did I miss that before? That was it? Damn. So I guess I didn't check this completer out since I moved that code. I'm glad we're looking at it now. Yeah. So interesting. This is golden. I think everything is good. What's in vars.go? Oh, this is the vars completer. This is new. We do not have this yet. It's just creating a new vars completion. And we did decide to create a vars driver if vars is defined. So, yeah. This one we need to do still. It's not done yet. Yep. This is going to be fun. I can't wait for this one. This one is going to complete the actual values from the persistent variable data cache or data store, let's say. Let's start calling it state or store because it's not cache. It can't be deleted at any time. That's what cache is, right? So that's a fun one. Yeah. Git commit. Um, fix. All right, we got rid of weekday. The reason we got rid of weekday as a completer is because it's now in the standard ops. Yeah. So ops, core ops. And what do core ops do? Ops are just different kinds of things you might want to just really quickly include um, in a shell script, to Golang replacement for a shell script. Git ops, git commit, add first ops, git push. All right, so our test is done. This one's done. All right, we're back to fixing everything. God, we're so close to being done, Chite. Yeah. All right, I have to sit differently because my back is starting to hurt. So I'm gonna get all lazy here and get all slouchy. Yep. I should go buy some. I should make some popcorn or something. This makes it so I can stay here longer though. This stuff is all golden. The completer is golden. Okay, so what do we got here? I don't think we need that anymore. What the hell did I just do? Oh, I don't want that. I want alacrity. I closed my alacrity. How did I close that? I suck. Okay. Team XA. I don't think we need all of these. Core commands. What's this one? You can go away. What's this one? What is this? Example ops completion. Oh. We don't need you. Let me just clean my IDE up a little bit. Top, that's in Bonzai. Skill stack is me writing stuff. I like having that because I don't have to go get it every time. Weekday. We got rid of weekday, so we can kill that. This is Bonzai. This is the bond. This is the bond package, which is going to be the helper. It doesn't have a back. I'm not comfortable. Oh, it's so much better. Yeah, I usually sit Indian style on this chair, but after 10 hours, my back is getting a really good workout, which is great. But at a certain point, I need to recline a little bit, unfortunately. I think you're right. Let's see here. We've got this. We're still testing Bonzai, which I think. Let's go ahead and build. Let's see if we. Oh wait, we got problems still. I still have tons of stuff that's broken, which I broke on purpose. All right, so this is ops now. Comps is not comp params, it's comp ops. All right. We don't want, yeah, so see how it says ops is weekday abbreviations? That's what that is. The thing is so cool about this, and I showed this the other day, but I want to show it again because it's so fucking cool. You can do ops tab, and you can get all the possible different built-in core ops collections. You want to get all the completers, tab. It gives you a list of all the completers. You can decide whether you want file directory completion, date time completion, command parameter completion, or you can create a combined version of all the previous completions. You can compose together multiple completers. So and that's just makes me just absolutely love Go, because so in this particular case we had it being command completion, but we could actually change it back to ops or bars. Or wait, where is the ops completion? I don't think this has been loaded since I wrote it last time, because it's not, it doesn't say ops. It's not. Oh, there's one. Ops. So you can say ops completion and save that. We set the defaults. This is a default command, and oh god, that's so much better. All right, so call alias Oh, now this is ops, comp, ops, call, combine command parameters. This was command parameters, and at one point it was comp dot, I think it was weekday. No. Oh, you know what it was? We need it to be commands ops. Yeah. And then we need to have it. Now we have to add ops 1, 2, or 3. All right. This is good. This will be a good test. File directory command parameters is now ops. It should be ops anyway. And commands, we have the other command. This has some vars which we haven't tested yet. And stuff. So let's save that guy. We should be able to build it now. Yep. And we can do bond tab. And you can see we get the weekday completion that we're talking about. I don't remember which one was which, but bar tab. There is the file completion. But see here, you see how it has other there? That is a thing. Hello from other. So other is a subcommand, and this other stuff is file system. So that's showing that you can. It's not very useful, that one, but you can combine completers together, and that's the gold. That's the real gold of this whole thing. Foo is the thing. We have 1, 3, 2. It doesn't look like there's any commands under that. We can like do 3 and like do the thing. So let's go see what was foo. Foo is commands and ops, but it doesn't have any commands, which is interesting. So there's no commands here to add in. So that just that's interesting. It didn't error out, which is good. I mean, if I wanted to add it later, I could, but truth be told, we really don't need that here. For this one, we could just use comp.ops, and that we'll use the ops as a completer. That's what we have. It's the same thing as combination. And then it calls this hello from an exp path with, and we could say this. I mean, we have, I think we have the current param, the argument that was used. Actually, I don't think we have that. You know what we do? Yeah, we do. We have it. This here. We could say args. I wonder if that'll even compile. So, what was it? Bon, foo, tab, 3. One-time argument. Function args not defined. Template. Invalid memory address or nil pointer reference. I'm trying. How could we do that? We need to do that though. We need to expose that. I feel like there's a couple of functions we need to expose there. I think one of them is comp line. I think the comp line is. No, we don't want comp line. We want the argument line. We don't want the exe path. We want the. You know, when we're doing the seek, we could actually populate a variable inside of X that has what its commands were, so we wouldn't even have to pass them. But that only works if there's completion, and that's not happening during execution. No, it's not, actually. No, the run, even if it's not completing, it's doing that. That's interesting. We need to think about that. I'm trying to decide how we could actually do this. Um, um, this is an interesting thing. I know how to do this. I just don't know if I want to do it. So we could say this. We could say xdoc func map args equals func return fft sprintf. Now we could try 2.string args. I love that converter. It's so nice. So much faster. Yeah. I think this will work. Because we're just dynamically adding to the assignment to entry in nilmap. Assignment to entry in nilmap. Oh, we got a problem there. Oh, right, because there's no function map. Yeah. Well, okay, if we're going to do that, then... Yeah. Phil actually does the dynamic combining of the maps. I think Phil does the combining. We're going to find out. So... No. That's not going to work. The only way this would work is if we had it be an attribute. It would have to do something like args, right? God, we need to do that. We need to do that. I don't know how to do that, but we need to do that. You know what's funny is this entire stuff right here is not needed, I have a feeling. That's just because I was copying another way to do it, and I was like, I want it to be independent, so independently testable. But yeah, we could do. You know what? I kind of feel like we need to. No, we don't. Never mind. We need to do flunk map. Map string. What? Func map is a func map. Boom. That's all we need to do. That is it. And then we should be able to add to it, actually. Func map. Equals func string args. There we go. That should compile. Template executing t at d.arg can't evaluate fields args in type boolean. Oh, I forgot to put this. This should be args. There we go. That worked. Yep. On 3. There did it. Yep. Yep. We could do 2 string args, or we could do 2. I think we had quoted string at one point. Yeah, I think we do. I think we have 2 quoted string. Read all string printf. Bytes or string. Universal stringifier. Human friendly interface. Wait, what is this? Human any? Ooh, I forgot about human. I love it whenever I code. I forgot about. Instead of string to human, make it human readable. Oh, that's so much better. I already wrote it. God, I'm good. There's a clip of me like looking at code and going, damn, this is good code, and then realizing it was my own code. I was like reviewing something online. I didn't know whose code it was, and it turned out to be my code. And I was like, this guy is a genius. It's like, it was so funny. Oh, that's fantastic. How you doing, Welder? Good to see you. Good to see you. But you see what we did there? We just like added another argument here. The problem is that this kind of func map cannot be put anywhere else. This addition to the func map has to be here, and the reason for that is because these args are going to get embedded in here, and I don't. There's no way I could do that outside of that in an independent library unless we gave the arguments list to the command. Now the problem with that is there's no way to know reliably. I mean, we could do something like last run args, right? And then when before we hand it off, we could assign those args to the command itself, so the command knows what args it was set with. And if we have it at that time, if it before it gets called, then we could actually create func maps that are generically use the references from here, and we could do this. This could be dynamic, right? In fact, for example, let me show you this. I can actually change this to names, and this will now call the names method. That's what's so cool about dynamic assigned attributes. So yeah. So now it says hello from F something foo. See that? Because this is Go templates for you, man. They're just so stinking cool. So the names is a method call that's an attribute of the command, and so any dynamic method can be used here to get you all the stuff you want. So this says, I could actually put that as quoted. I could do right now. It's like, I think it's names. We could do, quite frankly, it should probably be, instead of names, we might want to make several other dynamic attributes that are like whatever. And that's actually why they were there at one point, because those could then be substituted in templates without any additional work, because it'll just call the method. The template doesn't need to have any special knowledge about anything that's already a method or an attribute of the thing. So that's really great. That's going to make this short work of this. This one right here, however, is kind of annoying, right? Because we have to we can't calculate the args because the command itself does not know about its args before it gets called. And then when it gets called, it knows about it. Now, truth be told, it actually does know about it earlier than this because it's trying to figure out what command to call. And at that point, it's already parsed the command line and has that information. That's why we have exe path. Exe path and all this other stuff is already determined. You know, I really, I think we're missing a function there. I honestly do. I think there's a func map that we're missing here. I think one of the func map entries that we should add, we got to be really careful with these because they can be overridden, but once you add them, people will become dependent on them. So exe caster, stater, these are great for usage. Compter, homedir, stater, the path separator. So file path join. Right, okay. What else we got? Path separate. This is kind of cool. Yeah, you can actually well, not that one. That one tells you what your path separator is, which this is only useful when you're doing a join. There's actually, yeah, there we go, path join. If you want to call file path join. The thing that's so cool about these function references is because they're niladic, they only return one thing. I don't know why they call that niladic in Go, but they do. Niladic means there's usually nothing going in or coming out. But that's the word Pike uses. And it's basically niladic has special meaning in Go to Rob Pike. So anyway, you can do cool things like you can do indent. If you want something to be pre-formatted text, you can do it. This is kind of cool. I forgot about this one. So this actually uses the terminal highlighters. So let me show you what that means. These are all integrated into the help doc generator. But if you want to do your own template, you can do it, right? So if we wanted to, we could say, actually we could do pre-names, and that should get us the, that should get us the names. Template executed, tnet names wrong type of value. Got string. Okay, fine. How about I do just name? I think it's AKA actually. You know what? I deleted AKA. I think I did. I deleted AKA. I'm kind of mad about that. So anyway, you can do pre if it's a singular thing. Hello from Foo. You see how it's underlined? It's underlined because it did terminal, whatever. And actually, if it supports italic, it'll do italic. That's italic. Hello from Free with names, blah blah blah. So yeah. The great thing about the terminal thing is that the terminal library that I use is smart. When you use the term dot under or whatever, you can change the behavior of that whatever gets put there, and it can be nothing if you want to turn off any kind of terminal highlighting. That is unlike anything. Any other terminal library has you calling a function for every one of those things, which is completely unnecessary and wasteful and stupid. I said it. I don't understand why they do that. You'll see code out there that's doing terminal, colors and stuff, and it'll have in one sentence, it'll have 20 20 command calls just to do one thing, to print the terminal escape sequence. And the reason that they justify doing that is because they say that, well, doing color on Windows is different than doing color on Go or something. And so they add a layer of abstraction, but any modern terminal is the same. Any modern terminal supports curses. And if you're trying to output color or anything on a terminal that doesn't, if you're trying to run this code on a terminal that doesn't support curses color, then you need to update your terminal. I actually had a problem with this at work. I'm working with a bunch of really old parts, and we deployed a tool that had this exact sort of thing in it to do highlighting of, gold highlighting in the help text. And they yelled at me and they said, we're using this with the CMD command on Windows and we can't read it. It shows up as all this, it shows up as all this ugly ass like escape sequences. They said that's not appropriate. I'm like, why are you using the CMD terminal in 2024? Update the default terminal already, right? They can't. You know why they can't? I watched a 90-minute presentation at a Microsoft conference about the release of their new terminal and their new, which is pretty good, by the way, Microsoft's terminal. And the engineers that were responsible for it, they gave a really, really deep dive. And I watched the whole thing. I was so fascinated by it. And they reported in that the reason that they were stuck on CMD, the old terminal, for so long is because there were, and I quote, oil rigs and stuff that depend on the old terminal. And they could not break compatibility. They could not make the default terminal something to it. They had some oil. I can't even imagine how bad that application is, but somewhere in the world is an oil rig that can't run unless the default Windows terminal is available. And it has to be exactly the same. It has to be the Windows terminal. I can't even understand why that would be true. But they said this is one of the main reasons. They said the authors of the new terminal were like, we went into this, we got carte blanche to go in here and make a new terminal and really modernize the terminal for Windows. And in the process, we actually released this and we started doing some questioning, and we found out that we got shut down because there's these really significant applications in the world that depend on the ancient Windows terminal. And apparently that would include a company that you would know that I work for. A huge fucking company that has a fundamental dependency on these terminals. And I released an application that had color highlighting, and all they got was spewed escape sequences that weren't supported by the terminal. And they said, what the fuck is this? This is a bug. And I said, no, it's not. That's escape terminal sequences. And I said, and by the way, we detect whether you have it to support or not. But the Windows terminal is so old that the Windows terminal is so old that it doesn't know it. It doesn't know it. Yeah. So yeah, it was really crazy. Yeah, anyway. So anyway, we're going to go forward on this. When Microsoft Windows is used by military, medical, industrial applications, many of those are written a long time ago. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. And that's what they say. It's like there's a whole episode of Mr. Robot where they totally own his hospital records because they haven't updated their Windows software for medical records since the 70s. I'm sorry, the 80s. The PCs weren't out until the 80s. So, and they have no desire to update it. In fact, at one point when I was going through a job reconsideration, I was like, hey, do I want to work in medical technology where I can help save lives and help people, through tech? And then I realized that there is no desire whatsoever for anybody to upgrade the technology in the medical and health industry at all. And that's pretty fucking terrifying because whatever. I was like, no, okay, fine. I'll go work over here instead or whatever. I mean, I might sort of be I'm not going to tell you where I work. Don't try. All right, Bonzai is here. This is top. I think we're kind of concluding everything. I think you know what, everything's working. So let's see what's changed. I mean, I don't know. Let's see what else we can break. How about that? Bonded sitting functional thing. Where's top? Friday. Okay, that's bad. It's still doing that weird thing, but I don't care. There. Would in the most enthusiastic programmers would consider cryptic. Yeah, they are. Yep, that I know for sure. Yes, and we have something like 80,000 lines of Perl code that I have to help port to Go, and I am super excited. If I didn't know anything else about my job, it would be that in 2025, 99% of my time is going to be spent modernizing a Perl code base into Go. And I'm excited. I'm actually really excited about that work because I'm the perfect guy to do that. I was really high in the Perl community for years, and now I'm obsessed with Go. So, and the systems that we're modernizing are really significant, and I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Party time. Wait, how do I do the party one? Party time. Excellent. The terminal. Pick coders. Yes. Technical, we sure love generalizations. Yes. I don't know what else to fix here. I think we're done. Actually, I think this entire thing is done. PR view. Wait, GHPR view. Shorten command builds. Did we do that? Yes, we did. All right, let's do edit instead. All right, shorten command fields. Create initial core ops package. Did that. Remove comp core completers that are better than core ops. Did that. Finish migrating in core packages from separate repos. Have not done that. Pull fill out and company. Decided not to do that. Delete. Move func maps on market. Decided not to do that. Delete telemetry by default. There was never been any telemetry, so that is not in there. Delete that. So we just need to finish migrating the core packages. So this is kind of fun because we're going to be now going. Now we could finish the vars library. That's probably what Chait wants the most. He probably wants to see how the vars library is going to work with everything. I tell you what, we've already sort of got all of my core libraries ported over. Let's finish that cleanup, and then because in 3 days I'm gonna be sending people to Awesome Go. Hey, how you doing? Great to have you, Gainer. Good to see you. So we're gonna finish migrating the core separate libraries, and then we're gonna say we need to add core CMD help, and we need to add core CMD core commands vars. That's already there, but those are two things. We are not going to do the Bonzai initiator yet. I'm running Unix distro, actually. I'm running BSD. Do you know BSD? Yeah, that's my distro. So yeah, and then let's see here. Oh, finish migration. Okay, let's do the migrations thing right now. All right, let's do that. So let's set up the new thing here. We're not going to need this anymore. You can go away. You can go away. The skill stack stuff can go away. I mean, it really can all go away. So Bonzai top. I guess we can keep top for this. I feel like we should probably change the core though. Let's do that. Let's change to Bonzai. Yeah, this, you want to see my Unix? Here we go.
Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
This is BSD. I mean, I have a Proxmox with like 12 Ubuntu Linux servers, so I use all the Linux and all the BSD, all the Unix. Depends, right? Saying, what distro are you on is, I don't understand that question. It's like, I'm on all the distros. I live stream from a Windows machine. I was like, what distro am I on? I'm on Android. That's my distro. My distro is Android. It's probably fair to say that you're like asking, well, what are you running in your terminal? And the answer is BSD Unix. That's the answer. I'm sticking through it. I'm sticking to that answer. I'm using the largest Unix distribution in the world. Without that is uncontestable conclusion. Are you populating runtime bars with drivers? No. How you doing, Fatness Everdeen? What a great name. That's like one of my favorite shows, by the way. My favorite movies of all time. Makes me want to watch it. I'm going to watch that tonight. Anytime I'm feeling... GitHub 404. GitHub not found. Can you imagine if Tor Wilds had not made Git in 5 days? There would be no GitHub. Think about that. Working on terminal stuff, that won't matter what Linux or Unix. Absolutely. Yes. Do you think investing time in learning Terraform is worth it? Absolutely. I'm about to do it myself. I used to say no to that, and now I don't think. Now I think it's worth it. If you, by the way, if you want to stay tuned, so here we go. You see this right here? This home lab time. So home lab time is going to be me doing that kind of thing. I'm going to be setting up the Proxmox driver for Terraform. My buddy does that at work. He's like a big advocate for it, and people were talking about that. So if you want to talk about home lab stuff, we can look at that. I'm in Eastern time zone. Are you getting tired, Chite? You're probably getting tired. You're far away. Anyway, so back to the code. We're coding it. Why do I have terminal up? I thought I turned that off. What terminal? All right, we got Alacrity, which is a great app. 47 a.m. Go to bed. Okay, I'm gonna be. I refuse to take responsibility for your insomnia. You can't blame me. Tell me. Italy? Oh damn. Do you guys have Halloween over there? Oh, okay. You do have like All Hallows Eve or something. Yeah, everybody's got like some variation. What am I trying to say? We want to go to Bonzai. We want to go to PKG. And God, I really want to make a terminal integration. People ask me what I'm doing, and I can just type it from the command line and answer it right away. I don't even have to like miss a beat. I'm just keep on typing. I used to do that. I had a full command line integration. It was all in shell. I still have that code. It's just the tokens aren't updated. It needs to be tomorrow's like the Saints. All Saints Day, yeah. That's the one, yeah. In the Caribbean, they had that when I was there too. They don't have Halloween, but they have everybody lights up all the candles in the graveyard. It's a totally different thing. It's not Halloween though, not like ours anyway. Which is crazy. I was tempted to take the bike out and ride around and show everybody Halloween here, but I'm writing code instead. Let's go into core. All right, so this is what we're updating. We're going to start TMUX here. And, okay, so now we're going to go into Awesome Go. This is the reason I want to do this before I do the bars thing. Bars is not going to read environment variables. It's not going to bring them in there. You can read those independently. Is that what you wanted to know? Have you looked at the get and set yet? Those have not been enabled yet. That's probably something you probably want to try, Chite. Let me just show you really quick. I mean, I know that I'm off topic again, but this is how it's going to be integrated, right? So, um, let me show you the Pomo code. I just want you can actually start coding to this because the interface has been defined. I don't think get and set have been assigned yet. That might actually throw an error. But the way it works is this. So here it takes to showing them. That's fine. I should have the final cut on all that. I don't care. I don't care if people can make clips. They can do that's fine. I don't. If you're sharing my content without my permission, that's not okay. Because I need people to go to YouTube and see it. If you're clipping me on Twitch, then that's fine, right? And you can link to clips that you've made on Twitch. There's nothing stopping that at all. I've enabled that, but I gotta push people coming to my site as opposed to somebody else's site. I had somebody ask me the other time last year or something. They're like, "Can I copy all your videos and like promote them on my own channel and then have people?" And I'm like, "Are they going to go to your channel and not mine?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I want to start a channel, and I thought it'd be really great to take your videos and make a channel." And I was like, "Do you know what you're asking?" My bars don't have any bars. I feel like it's kind of like a separation. We could do that. You could definitely make a command that pulls them all in. New it posting. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with doing reaction videos. That's totally fine, I think. And I'm going to start doing it more myself. I'm going to start making a lot more reaction videos. Those are totally okay. What's not okay is like taking a direct clip from my educational material and coming to me and saying, "Well, I edited it because I didn't want to watch the whole video." And it's like, if you want to do that, put chapters in the video and make your own video that links to that port, and then you have a chapter in it that you can go refer to, and then people will go watch it at the spot on my site. But people don't do that. That's totally okay, by the way. Anybody can add a comment that has the chapter, the timestamps inside of somebody else's video, and that would actually really help me instead of having an 8-hour video. YouTube doesn't allow clips, which is too bad. I wish there was some sort of clips equivalent in YouTube. There isn't. That would be ideal if they would add that, but chances are no. So this is all new, by the way. This stuff is going away. We don't need soft and hidden comps. We don't need any of that anymore. We had the dewarn, dehorn prefix, duration interval. So this is, so I had it all on my thing. Here's the get and set that I was talking about. So shortcuts, also not a thing. I might regret getting rid of shortcuts. I might regret that. All of these shortcuts, though, they're all for dealing with how screwed up var is. And yeah. I think instead of making a shortcut here, the reason I started adding shortcuts is because you in order to do this, you'd have to add a wrapper. And at that point, it's like, why am I, calling into this other thing? I don't think this, yeah. I see why I might actually have to come back and put these here. We might actually end up having to do that. Here's a command, Z command. And I'm glad we're doing full words now instead of Z. So color.c duration. This is a configuration variable. We don't do that anymore. We just do vars now. It's not the value equals warn. This is taking all the defaults. So this is completely unnecessary now, because this is like reading the default value, but that's all now settable in with the vars command line, with the vars field. So, but then you come in here, if you actually wanted to change the value, see how it says call or get started, call get started. That is going to be a thing. That's not going to go away. And so yeah. So caller is usually the parent. So time parse CNT to parse anyway. Porting Pomo to the new one is going to be probably one of the first things I do. Even though I don't like Pomo anymore, I don't use it at all. Time boxing in that method is kind of lame. I don't. That's there's been a lot of people come to the realization that there's no scientific evidence to suggest Pomo is a good idea. Pomodoro method. It's not based in science at all. It's somebody's trendy hack for personal management. So what are we doing here? We're getting out of there. We're getting out of where's this here? Color scheme, Rubux. Yep. Theme. It's in my dot files. Yeah. So, yeah, no problem. What else are we doing? We're going to do... What did we decide to do? Oh, we're doing some porting. We're doing the Awesome Go port. That's right. We're doing the Awesome Go port. So let's CD into Awesome Go. If you want to learn Go, now's the time to ask questions. This is the time to ask questions, how to learn it, where to learn it. I'm actually editing the file of the website that I send people to who want to learn Go. So this information is all there, and I will be sending people to this, soon. Yeah. I actually think I want to change one of my commands here. Give me a second. I want to change my V command to this is like all the arguments, right? We can make this fancier. We could make it fancier. We could say if equals 0. No, we need to check whether... Okay, this has got to be bash now. I know, I'm rabbit holing here. You're going to have to forgive me. I'm rabbit holing a little tool that I use. Build the backend mobile apps. Yes, it's really great. Machine learning stuff. Well, we're going to change that. We're going to rewrite some of those machine learning things and Go next year. Next year, I'm going to rewrite a lot of it. I want to learn about machine learning, and I'm probably going to... oh, wow. Trump stole my wheelchair. I might end up doing some of the things there to do if argument has we need to get the base name. I'm gonna write the thing here. If we have a slash an argument. Okay, just a second. If we have one argument and a slash, has he seen a shout out for Misha? Misha's been shouting me up for a while. Was this something new? He's been shouting me up for a while. Meanwhile, I can't stream to LinkedIn because I'm not a big enough streamer. If we have one argument and a slash. Oh, nice. That's nice of him to say that. Appreciate it. That's nice of him. I appreciate that. That's really great. I do have rewriting ML stuff. I have AI degree. So yes. Oh my God. Nycode. You're like my new best friend. I want to learn machine learning. And you know, is it masochist or sadist? So I want to rewrite PyTorch in Go. And Chite has already tried it. Chite has already tried it. He's like, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. And to be completely honest, masochist, I do know math. Well, I knew, mid range calculus. But that's kind of one of the reasons I want to do it. So I don't know if my calculus is good enough or not, but I think it would be a really great chance for me to like bone up on my calculus. I used to be obsessed with math all through college. I never used it. I've never used calculus officially for anything, period. There's an ML book. You found an ML book? Oh my God. I love you. This is amazing. I'm going to buy it. I have no actual need to know this. I am, a senior backend developer for the API I wrote is processing terabytes of machine learning models for a very big ass company. Linear algebra, that's what I heard. Yeah. So I don't know. I just think it would be fun. I know that's like horrible to say, right? How you doing, Banram? I think it's horrible to say that, but I think there's so many other things I want to do before that. I need to finish Pagan, which is my own language. It's on my own meta language, parsing, expression, grammar, notation. It's an extension of Brian Fort's Peg. I need to finish that first. I need to finish Rat, which is my packrat parser. I need to finish Bonzai, obviously. I need to finish Skill Stack and start getting the books in there. But after that, I kind of want to rewrite PyTorch so that it could be included in my monolith. That's before deep learning. I don't know. Yeah. I don't even know if I need to have a formal book in it because, honest to God, I don't care. I'm just going to go into the PyTorch and TensorFlow and decide which one to. If you know which is the number one tool for doing models, particularly LLMs, if you can help me identify the tool that's used for LLM besides Llama, if I want to rewrite everything in the language. No, and by the way, Go is the wrong language for machine learning stuff. I believe that. I mean, I used to think it was the best language, but now I'm realizing why it's not. If you're, I work for a high performance computing group. If the garbage collection in Go for a machine learning model crunching could be slow. It could end up being pretty damn slow. So, tiny grad school. The main thing that I want is I want to be able to embed natively a Bonzai command that does large language model processing. And that will probably mean porting an existing library and that's already written in C. And I don't want it to be CGO dependent. Chite, I think, did one. Chite made one that's got some CGO dependencies. And I don't want that. I want to make pure Go. And why would I do that? Mostly because just the academic expertise. I don't think Go is the best language for that kind of number crunching. I don't. Cartographer. Right, you're a cartographer thing. For LLMs, you can check LangChain, and there is stuff in there too. Go for that. Yeah. I don't want anything in CGO. You like my stream, Spayrim? Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyway, so somebody said they were in machine learning. This is a kind of a long-term goal. I don't know if I'm going to get there for a very long time. I need to redo Keg. I need to redo my note taker knowledge management tool. I need to get skill stack up there. I told you the things I need to do. Actually, what I want to do is I want to make Cozy because I want to use Cozy Community Builder to actually have like a dot plan and a dot project file like we used to have in the Unix world. And then people can share what it is they're immediately working on. And then they can share like where they're at. It's like their own personal project management system that they can then share with others. It's kind of different than a Kanban board or something like that. It's more of a, here is my large view of the world and where I want to go, so that you can share that with other people. And then they can kind of link up with you and say, hey, I have the same long-term goals as you. I really want to make that community builder tool. Go's GC makes it bad for number crunching. I know. That's why I say Go is horrible to replace PyTorch. The C libraries that are doing machine learning right now are not going to be nice with Go. One of the reasons I want to do it is because I want to see if I can. I've read you can disable Go's garbage collection for certain optimized tasks, and I have no idea how to do that. People, shit on GC and Go all the time, and people who know Go, I don't. I know it enough, but I don't know that. People are always talking about, yeah, but you can optimize your code and turn off GC in specific areas, but people don't ever talk about that. And if that's true, and I can have all the simplicity and all the power and all the community-driven development of Go, and also optimize, machine learning applications that don't have GC for that specific task, I'm all about that. And I don't know how to do that, but that project, porting a machine learning library that has, the optimizations of C and stuff in it. Normally people would pick a language like Rust or something for that. But if we can pull that off, I mean, that could be revolutionary. It really could, because, the Python people are going to stay Python people. They're the biggest tech bigots. They're the biggest language bigots I've ever experienced. I'm not being mean. That's an observation, having taught people since 2013, and I starting out with Python. And I've done videos on this before, but the people who learn Python, in my experience, the people who learn Python are less likely to ever pick up another language in their life. And they'll tell you it's because Python is so awesome and they don't need to. I think that's a bad way to look at it. Equals language bigots. I'm telling you, in my experience, people who learn Python are less likely to pick up JavaScript or C or any other language. People who pick up JavaScript as their first language, or even Bash or Go, are more likely to pick it up. I think it has something to do with significant white space and hashtag and the brackets, but that's been my experience. You can clip it if you want. That's fine. I've said it a million times. I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. I'm telling you my observations of hundreds of people that I've worked with. People, when they learn Python, they don't want to learn anything else. They're like, I got everything I need right here. That pretty much describes all of academia that's obsessed with Python. And then eventually they come around and then they learn C. Real languages have curly braces. You ever try to do an anonymous function with more than one line in Python? No, you haven't, because you can't. You want to have a really good laugh? Go find the thread in the Python mailing list about the time they tried to add multi-line anonymous functions to Python. And then they quietly left the room without saying why not. It's hilarious. It's like this slow realization that they've totally fucked themselves by having significant white space forever, and they'll never be able to fix it. And it's just so satisfying. It's so satisfying. And then they all just kind of stop talking about it, and they kind of let it go. Nobody dares to say the reason. They don't dare to actually say, oh, significant white space is impossible to work around. Nobody dares to say that. We'll be good with lambdas. It's just so funny. Guido himself has thrown his own language under the bus so many times. He has. It's kind of funny. He tried to rewrite the whole compiler in Peg. Guido and I both really love Python parsing expression grammar from Brian Ford. So he actually gave a whole talk on it at a Python group in Seattle, I think. Yeah, there's a really great thing on it. Anyway, so yeah, I still stand by my statement that I think JavaScript is still the best first language to learn, period. You get the most for it. You get the most bang for the buck for it. The average person can make the most things with JavaScript and web development, even if, and they can grow it into something else. Maybe they play with Node, fine, but eventually they'll grow into something else. People that learn JavaScript as their first language don't have a problem picking up Rust or Go after that. In fact, most of the people, we were talking about how the sort of more annoying factions of the Rust community used to be Node developers. but they got no problem. There's they jump right over. The Python people don't. When's the last time you heard of a Python programmer trying Rust out, or even Go? Be serious. Be honest. Next time you like go through and like iterate in your head all the people you know who do coding, and then say, okay, how many people have tried an additional language, and then how many people have never tried an additional language and seem to be stuck in their ways. I'm telling you, in my experience, the ones that's Python. So unless you need more, you don't need to branch out. You shouldn't. I'm not saying that their logic isn't sound. They're like, I got what I need. I don't need more. But oh God, do I really want to watch that? I probably do. I should probably make this a short because it's like super dramatic. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You know, the Python people are going to stay Python people. They're the biggest tech bigots. They're the biggest language bigots I've ever experienced. That's not. I'm not being mean. That's an observation, having taught people since 2013, and I starting out with Python, and I've done videos on this before. But the people who learn Python, in my experience, the people who learn Python are less likely to ever pick up another language in their life, and they'll tell you it's because Python is so awesome and they don't need to.
That's fair.
I think that's a bad way to look at it. That is accurate. I said that. My wife just called me. Yeah. My friend probably goes to Python. He's doing Go with me, and he's watching boring long streams of Rust. Well, that's good. That's actually good. That's good. I don't like that observation is true. I would somebody in the comments might say, "Oh, that's just because you were the teacher, and it was more about you sucking as a teacher." And I would say, well, number one, I was never a teacher. You know. But, you know, the Python truth. That's funny. We need to feature this clip. I'm going to get so much shit over this. Pirate Software uses Obsidian. Of course he does. Because he doesn't value standards. A lot of people use Obsidian. It's a total mistake. It's a mistake. Markdown and Obsidian is not compatible with GitHub Flavor Markdown. Why would you do that? Totally stupid. It's a totally stupid decision. He's probably a great guy. But that's a totally stupid decision. There's a lot of things about Pirate Software that I strongly disagree with. I know he's fucking crazy popular and he seems like a relatively nice guy, but he does shit that I totally strongly disagree with. Not to mention he's like totally focused on game development. So, self-hosted Joplin. We're gonna do the first thing we're gonna do on Sunday is we're gonna talk about note taking, and it's gonna be heated. It's gonna be passionate. People are gonna have strong opinions, and that's gonna be groovy. That's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be groovy. It's gonna be groovy. And I'll actually make a thing that says, here's the problem with Obsidian. Because if people use Obsidian, I want them to know they're ruining their ability to port to another system ever. Because it has people, I am so tired of defending myself. The other day there was somebody, I think it was Leak Code, whatever, and you know, people like, what? Like Prime Pirate Software, for me, they're most entertaining, and I often do agree with their views. Yeah, they are entertaining, and I'm learning to find balance. This is a certain first thing we'll do on Sunday. Rob remembers the topic. This is the first thing we'll do on a Sunday. I said that. I've said that many times. I'm not changing my opinion. I have a feeling my wife is outside right now, so I need to go check on that. I think I hear her. I think my wife is home, so I might be done for tonight for a while. Can you hear? I hear talking. I hear talking in the other room. Okay, I'm going to go in the other room for a second. Uh-oh. Are you sure it's a stupid question? It probably isn't. It probably is not stupid. It probably not. You probably just You think you hear her? I think I hear her too. We should try. You know what? Should we eavesdrop? You ready? You ready? Let's eavesdrop. This mic is only on 20% power. I can listen to a full conversation upstairs if I wanted to. Just by turning the mic up. Seriously, I've done that before. I've been like, what are our neighbors talking about? And I had my headphones on like I do now. And I like cranked it up. You got to be careful not to like bump the mic or something when you do that. Because you like blow everybody's ears out. Why so scary? Here we go. They stopped talking. They stopped talking. I can't hear them. They stopped talking. Oh well. Oh well. Chat, you should go to bed. You sort of kind of figure out how to embed configuration setting up. Change the config file should rebuild the binary, but which one? What, you talking about multiple binaries or just one? Oh wait, she's calling me again. All right. All right, I'm streaming you. Hey. Hi, honey.
I keep forgetting it's Halloween.
Yeah, it's Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you in the car?
Yeah, people left work and I had just a bunch of things and it's been so many meetings.
Yeah.
And I was like, nobody's here. Can I just fucking catch up on shit? You know?
Yeah.
So that's what I do.
Okay. Well, I'm live streaming until you get home. I thought you were home. We heard it. We heard a girl in the other room, and we were like, "What is that?" And I turned the mic up. And
Otto had called me earlier, and I was like around 6:30, and I was trying to leave, but then it took me a while to get out of the building to talk to people.
so, but not within the last 5 minutes, right?
No.
No.
Oh yeah, I was talking to him like just now before I called you.
Okay, I can hear you in the other room
Yeah, 'cause he usually
with the
lets me
closed
on
door because it's Doris. I love.
and it's speakerphone.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were there. I thought I was like gonna close the stream down and stuff. So
No. All right. Well, it doesn't look like there's traffic. So
there's not any traffic. Everybody's partying. So
yeah.
I don't know. How do you? Well, we'll talk about it when you get home. Okay. Bye. My good wife Doris, love her. A wife, not just a girlfriend. Happy wife, happy life. Yep. She'll be home in like 10 minutes, so we don't have a lot of time. So what are we going to wrap up here? Do you have a particular reason for cooking? I don't know. All right, let's just do this silly little thing that we're doing here in Bash. It'll still be fun. All I'm trying to do here is if there's a slash, if we have one argument in slash, include the last file name, include the, file name and the parent only. Otherwise, wait, if we have one argument and no slashes. No slashes. Include the file name and the parent directory. Right? Okay, so if we have one argument, actually, you know what we could do? We could iterate through all of the arguments and make them all smaller so they fit on the same page. So, ooh, that's much better. Okay, so let's do that. This is going to be cool. Okay, watch Osman go clean his room. I have been IRL streaming while I've been cleaning many times. Code takes to showing them. What do you mean? You guys, I mean, I don't care if you clip me as long as people come here again. Yeah. Click the clip button. Yeah. It's not rocket science. Yeah, that's a thing you can do. All right. So anyway, so let's do this. Let's say we're going to do this. We're going to say we're going to iterate. Let's see, for argin. Oopsie. We're doing some bash here. Do done. Colon. This is the no op. So then what? Let's do. All right. So if I think you can get away without quotes on this. The highlighting is coming from shell check, by the way. If that has, if it contains a slash, then phi. All right, so this does not need, because there's no escaping in double brackets in bash. That's why shell check is not screwing up. Oh god. And all right. Yeah. Let's see. So if we have that there, I mean, there's a certain part of me that's like, yeah, post the clip, right? Because you know how people like rebrand clips and they show the person's clips and it just makes the person popular. Maybe I should be okay with that. Maybe I should be okay with people clipping out however they want, right? As long as they show where it's coming from. No, we don't use URL filters. No. Anyway, so if the argument has a slash in it, then what? Then we're going to split. We're going to split it. Actually, we're only going to show. Well, there's two ways we can do this. We could say, we could make the, I mean, we could do the base. There's a whole bunch of things we could do here, but I'm trying to do it without doing a subshell. I think I can do it in bash, solidly in bash. What, they want to make clips? I don't care. Make clips of me. I guess I don't care. Make them. Make clips. Just don't repost my entire videos like as is and not tell people where to go. I guess I don't care. I would like people to find their way to our community somehow rather than be isolated in somebody else's community. But I guess if I'm in the video, they'll find their way there, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So anyway, what are we doing here? We are, oopsie. All right, so if there's a slash name, we need to get the base name. So the base name is the last name. So we say base equals. Hi, Guy Russ, what's up? So we say base equals. Oh, God. You guys know about this? It's called parameter expansion. And we're going to do arg. It's basically base name. So if there's a slash in, then we can actually grab everything up to the slash. So we go slash plat, and then we put a hashtag, and that's the first one. So that'll make it the base. Base appears unused. Okay, so then what? We're going to be building another array here. Yeah. To tell you the truth, we could actually just build up a string. Let's do that. We can say out equals whatever. I could do declare and it'd be the same. All right, so out plus equals, that's not a thing. I don't think out plus equals is a thing. Base. Then, wait. Echo, wait. Echo. All right, I'm just going to echo it for now. Echo out. No, echo out. All right, so now we got that. Basic percentages. Okie dokie. Parameter expansion, security training. Probably. You just chilling? All right, so we can actually go back into dot. Actually, no, we can just do V. And we get nothing. So V something here. All right, so it did V something here. And that was the wrong way. We don't want that. That should have been... I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I always have it backwards, I think. Yeah, there we go. So that's something. That chopped off everything after the slash. We want the opposite of that. So I think we want this. Yep, that's it. So that's it. Okay, so that gives us the base. And then we want I mean, we could just get the base automatically, right? So the base is a thing. All your base are out, belong to us. So base C, okay, so then we say plus equals base. Wait, do I have to not quote that? I didn't care. All right, so, all right, that's the same. All right, so that's always the same. If it does have this in there, though, we want to get the one, we want to get the first one after that. So that means, first of all, we want to get the parent, right? Let's say dir. So the dir equals the arg, and then we're going to chop the base off. The reason I'm doing it this way instead of set or something is it's all bash. There's no subshell. So that's why. Let's do this. Let's say this, and then... All right, so then we could say... yeah. Now, if there's not, if we don't, if we put dir here, it'll be empty, right? Directory is going to actually have a slash in it, so it doesn't now, but it will. So there we go, something here, right? Okay, so that ripped it off. Okay, but that's still not good enough, because what if I do this? Well, first of all, dir equals that, but then dir equals plus equals. We're going to put a slash on it. All right, something here. That's great. That's fine. I mean, I know we kind of had to redo it. Well, so hello, but this is the problem. See, now it's like, oh boy, that's like really messed up, right? So we just want all this does is delete it up, but we have to actually chop off the last one. And we could use base name. That would be the command to use here, but I don't want to do that. What we want to do is like chop everything off the dir except for the last item. So the dir is going to be args, and then we're going to get really aggressive, and we're going to chop everything off up to the first slash, up to and including the first slash. Dir plus plus dir base. Oh, whoops. Wait, dir. All right, so this is you can't do. I don't think you can do these two things in the same line. Chop chop. But so now we're getting there, right? So okay, so now it has something here. It's still not quite right though, right? So that definitely chopped off the first one. Do I have this wrong? No, that was right. Okay, so the hashtags go from the front. So that says eliminate everything up to the first slash. This is supposed to make it greedy right here. But I feel like it's not being greedy. Actually, it is being greedy. No, it's not. That should have went... Wait. Let's like echo dir. Echo dir. Echo dir. So it's held something, and then it's something, and then it gets added back. But why is it wrong? Why by the time it gets down here is it wrong? Is it because of scope? It is. Oh my god, it's a scope issue. I forgot that bash is scoped. Yeah. Check this out. That'll probably fix it. That'll probably... Nope, I didn't. I don't know why. Let's figure it out. Okay, it's not that. Oh wait, out plus equals dir. Is that already having something? No. Echo out. All right, so there's only one thing on there. So dir equals... All right, so the first one is held something. And that's correct. Wait, what? Wait. You know what it is? We forgot to save off base. Oh, base is wrong. Yes, sir. Base is wrong. Base is wrong. Base is not hungry enough. Yep. That was it. There we go. That was it. Base is not hungry enough. We need to make base hungrier. And now it's really hungry. So this one... Wait, what? That's crazy. I have this totally backwards. Base is getting rid of everything up to the thing. Yeah, okay, that's no, that's right. Okay, this is backwards then. And then we want to come back by one. Drop Perl on TCL. TCL is awesome. Yep. Perl's also great. I love Perl. Perl's the best single line sed awk replacement on the planet. Base from really hungry. So there. So there. So there. I know you're trolling. How you doing, Lewis? I figured. I've been streaming for a while. It's pretty obvious to find a troll. You know what? People shit on TCL all the time, and that's still expect is still a core tool for hackers who want to script terminal interactions. People don't know what I'm talking about. They don't know what expect is. Expect is one of the most amazing, and that's TCL. That's why I learned it. I learned TCL because of expect. So yeah. You know, you can have an entire shell with all TCL. Script Cisco devices with TCL. No way! Do you use expect? You can code any terminal interaction with expect. I used to do that back in the Telnet days when there was no SSH, and I wanted to if you wanted to write code that would hop through 5 different systems, and you wanted to write a single command, you would write a single command, and when the command was finished, it will have logged you into 15 machines away. Expect. It was the only way to do it. Still is the only way to do it. And it drives me, if you want to script a terminal interaction, and I'm talking about at the highest level, if you want to script a terminal interaction based on scraping what comes out of the output and then make it do something and work and everything, to this day, expect is the only way to do that. And really, I mean, it's really kind of sad because all the people that call themselves hackers today, They don't have any idea how to do that. And I'm like, it's really sad because they using that technique, translate cis glacials with extreme. That's super cool. That's super cool. But back in the day, if you wanted to get, 19 hops away from your actual system, which is only kind of the illusion of being safe and not discovered, because anybody with half a brain can retrace those steps. But if you wanted to like hop, like you see these videos, you see like these movies where people are holding them on the phone and they're trying to like find the next hop. If you want to get 25 hops away, if you want to get 25 hops away and from your system, because that'll make you safer, you can script with expect. You can use every exploit you have from there on. Sometimes it's telnet, sometimes it's SSH, sometimes you got a backdoor, and you can code all of that in expect. So you run one command, and by the end of it, you're dumped out on a command line that is on some system that's 25 hops away. And nobody knows the lost art of like bouncing around through different servers. So I don't know why they don't do that. It's kind of sad. It's not even talked about in hacker circles anymore. They don't even talk about it. Automating interactive applications such as telling FTP, SSH, BISC, login, or login FTP to SSH. But almost all of the security talk today is, how do I get cross-site scripting vulnerabilities? Oh, there's a new replacement for Burp Suite. And I'm like, okay. I will not say tickle. I will refuse to say tickle. I refuse. You can call it tickle if you want. I refuse to say it. I never liked people say, it's like people say SQL. The only time I started saying SQL was SQLite. It's SQL. Yeah. Anyway. We're completing our shell script here. Tickle, teak. Ugh. God, no. 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 No, no, no. Dude, I'm fine with it. It's like squeal. People say squeal. This is like saying bang instead of exclamation point, which I'm down. I'm totally down with that. Bang, bang. You want to use the filter command in VI? Bang, bang. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon her head. Nobody knows that song. Nobody knows it. They don't know that. Service search for your brain. Yes. Sergeant Pepper knows it. Sergeant Pepper knows. Crunchbang. The people who named SQL call it SQL. I don't give a shit what they call it. I'm not calling it that. The only person says is Prime. SQLite. SQLite. Then we get a whole GIF debate. The one that I think is funny is all the people who mispronounce Torvald's name. It's Linus Torvalds. My wife is home. And we did not finish our script. Or did we? I actually think we did. I think our script is finished. All right. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say blah blah blah. We're gonna do all. And then after we get that on there, we're gonna actually add a space. Yeah. We're going to add a space. Oopsie. Uh-huh. So now watch. If we do this, we can say something really long here. Also. Thing really long also. Ah, I fail. I fail. This should be, hungry. Of course. That should be hungry. Booyah. There we are. Long live the shebang. Yeah, shebang. I do say. I say shebang. Yeah. Not bangsha. Linux. Time to shine as a German. Linux. Linus. And then you got Linus does tech. Linus tech tips, and he goes by Linus. And don't call him Linus. Don't call him Linus. No sirree. No sir. Not me. No sir. I have got to make more clips. I have way too many more clips to make. Rename exec editor bum. My tool is now complete. Let me show you what it does. I'm going to show you the super cool thing that it does. It's going to do this. It's going to say, so like if let's see if let's open up like all the futil stuff together. Right? If I do it with V, oh shit. I opened the directory on accident. Bad Rob. Look. futildir test. All those things are opened. That's cool, right? I like it. Do I need any of them? No. Why is that cool? Because it just is. This is okay, but this is what I wanted to do it. So this is the problem I have. You see, oh shit, I didn't use the thing. Use B. All right, now, oh, damn it! It added a space. I don't want a space. Also, it did not add the path. Oh, whoopsie. I have to fix my code. My code needs to be fixed. One last thing. All right, so if it has a thing in it, do this. If it doesn't have a thing in it, out plus equals. The problem is that when I go to edit a file, there's like multiple command.go files. And I want to, she's not wearing a costume. I asked her about that. It's like, do you want to, no. She just likes to eat and hang out and snuggle. We're going to go watch like Lord of the Rings or something and snuggle on the couch and keep each other's feet warm under each other's ass. It's kind of fun. I highly suggested, if you have the opportunity, go warm your feet under someone else's ass on the couch. It's kind of nice. You're like, oh my God. All right, so eat a gummy. You know what? That's a great idea. I'd have to clean my room to find the gummies. Gummies are illegal in North Carolina. I would never dream of it. Hi. That was weird. She just showed me herself. And then she like shut the door. I hope she's not. She's like, I'm home. I have one last command to fix here. Okay, let's fix it. All right, what do we do here? If there's no slash in there, then we're going to get base name. Yeah. Then we're going to get base name. Yes, we are. We're going to do this. We're going to say, how can I do that? What does base name do? Base name, you know what? I'm going to have to shell out for this. I don't care. Dir equals base name of the directory above. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's test it. Oh God. What have I done? Oh, I know what I did. I did this. There. All right, let's see. Wait. fn. All right, let's see if it works. vi.fn.go. Damn it. Hey, Kevin, what's up? What's up? VICV. I need something else. We don't need base name here. We need what do I need? What do I need? Dir name. Right? I don't know. God damn it. It's not the directory name. Am I going to have to PWD this? I am. I'm going to have to PWD. Oh, you know what that means? I know exactly what to do. Oh my lord. All right, if there's a thing in there, if it has a thing in there, then do all this. Actually, no, we're going to do all of it every time. Watch. If it has let's see. If arg does not have a thing, then what? Then elif. Wait. Let's see. If arg yeah. If arg does not have a thing in it, then arg equals something else. Arg equals... Wait, we already have the base name, so we don't need that anymore. We can actually overwrite arg. So we can say arg equals pwd. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I want. That is exactly what I want. Pamper Cow, how are you doing? That's what I want. Okay, and let me show you why I want it. Because now watch. Wait. I don't want to lose this. Don't want to lose. Git push. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. All right, so here I am, right? Here I'm editing this command script. Right? Now I'm editing the command script, but this is what I want. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Why? Why do I want it? Because I have lots of files that have commands in it. So watch. So let's say I go back to the package directory, Bonzai, right? This is not something you can do from a plugin. I mean, you could, I guess, but it would be a waste because it's using tmux. So Bonzai, let's go back to Bonzai. And let's say I am back in PKG, and now I'm going to edit this CMD. Whoops. So if I was just doing CMD, wait. Now I get this. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And by the way, why would I ever do a status line now? I am so done with status lines. I'm so done with them because look at how annoying they are. You know what I mean? They don't even show everything. I am done with status lines at tmux. It's been 30 years and I am done with the status line. It took a young person to turn off status line and start showing me this method, and I was like, I am totally down with that now. This does not work in screen at all. There's no hope for this working in screen, but I don't care. Anyway, now I have cmd.go and cmd. So go have a look at that. I'm going to go right now. I'm going to go have fun with my wife. My feet are kind of cold, actually. I know. If I had a heart, I would like warm them up or something. But I don't have a heart. I just want my feet to be warm. That's all. Oh God, Trump is still stumping. Pawn College, potential list, practical PC. It's recommending Trump because I was watching it the other day. Redemco, God, all these old people I don't rate anymore. Where's all the DJs? Where's the blacksmith or DJ? No, it is not. Ooh, the violin chick. She's awesome, but she's playing a game. Suzuki just was suffer. What's Jit doing?
Oh, also, if you want the
Microsoft Paint.
the source to this with all the layers and filters and stuff, posted that on my Patreon. Yeah, come on, brain.
Game
Do
dev.
the thing.
I guess we could rate him. He's fun. He's having fun. And it's Halloween. He's got Halloween vibes, which I do not have. Raid Halloween dev man. Yes. Raid. Search. Paste. Foot warmer. Come here, foot warmer. Hey, thanks everybody. I don't need to say that anymore. I'll be here tomorrow as usual. I don't know what I'll be doing tomorrow. I might be in the morning. I'll be doing Go, and in the afternoon I'll be doing Vault. So, bye.
If you only make like 5 games, that would mean you could only play like 3 or 4.
Raids updated from 1 to 2. It says how many raids I've done. Interesting. Interesting. I have far too few cool things. I know I need to orange pants myself. Yeah, I bet you like the orange pants. I haven't been able to orange pants me Bellum in a while.